Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submissions in the queue today, we're going to take care of one item of unfinished business from the stream that we ran yesterday, where we ran all of the 56 level package Super Discord World 2 from back in 2019, top to bottom, all 56 levels, and we're a little too wiped out at the end to finish it up with this little bonus that one of the Super Discord Brothers series organizers of FIFO had put together here in 2024. This is MarioWare Inc. Mega Microgames. So Wario is missing, and it seems like Mario isn't going to be in charge instead. So let's see how this is implemented, and let's take a look. Okay. L-I. Oh. I guess we jump and we dodge. Yes, so we, as in actual WarioWare, need to read things. Oh, no, this is the correct one. And then it doesn't really implement a time limit per se, does it? Oh, avoid. Okay, for some reason I thought I said audio for a moment, but yeah, we avoid the P's and then we don't die. So yeah, there's no time limit or anything, but it is a series of little minigame activities where we do need to read the prompt. But there's no requirement to do it too. Oh, yes, there is. We need to take that thing out before the P-switch gets hit. I didn't even read the text on the left there, but okay, so there is a bit of time constraint from time to time. We just didn't necessarily read it. So, jump. Get out of there. Fine. Luckily, hitting the wrong ones isn't actually an issue. Doesn't seem so anyway. Avoid. And the next prompt is going to be to the left. Something to do with the POW, I'm sure, but we didn't give it a proper read-through the last time, so let's hop in here. And oh, nope. So yeah, it does say POW on the left. We need to hit POW and kill both the Muncher and the Spike Top before the P-switch becomes an issue. Specifically, we need to get the Muncher out of the way of the exit pipe. But you do need to read the scene fairly quickly. Whoop, there we go. And this one is comparatively relaxed. Nothing is going to be on a death timer, I don't think. So the other one right after this is slightly time constrained. We do need to hit a POW and hit it accurately. Okay, good. And that'll get us through. There are 2 POWs on that cycle. Ah, okay, so L-I was actually level 1 previously. This is going to be level 2. Find. So is this a spot the difference, or we just need to hit all 5? Yeah, it is spot the difference, so it's the clock up top. I wonder if the other pipe goes anywhere. I don't think so. And then, oh, dodge. We did it. But you need to dodge quite a few of these, and we're a little bit slow on the turnaround there. Question block there probably holds the key as it comes down, and perhaps things are going to cycle through, so fine, we can do that. And dexterity, welcome. We're just doing a quick warm-up level right now, so the queue is wide open after that. Once again, just for momentum on the turnaround. And thank you so much for adding your entry to the queue. We will look at that first after this one is clear. Yeah, if you know it's coming, then you can build up momentum in advance and then totally... Oh, we didn't actually need to hit that ourselves. Alright, that's fine. That works. Oh. it says jump. Okay. Took me a moment to read what the text was going to be. Anyway, let's pop this. And then head over here quickly. I mean, we do kind of need to expect that it's coming to really have a good chance of dodging it. Yeah, it's actually the spike top that holds the key. And yeah, we do need to jump repeatedly for this until the power has been hit. The spike top holds the key and the question block acts as a crush block. That's how the next scene operates. So, dodge. And here we go. Also means that we should not get crushed by the block if we can avoid it. Nope. Okay, it doesn't need a single high jump. I was thinking, do I just jump over it twice? No, it's too tight a margin. We'll need to fix that. Particularly on the first rebound. The rebounds obviously get a bit longer with each block that is destroyed. And when the POW is hit, the shell itself will be eliminated. So we just need to give it a nice high jump twice. Right before it hits. Then that'll do. Shuts off the launcher on the left side too. Race. What are we racing? Oh, okay. Took me a moment to read that. I suppose we were just supposed to go quickly. Yeah, one came in. I haven't seen the film either because I'm many films behind when it comes to a superhero fair. But somebody mentioned its release to me on yesterday's stream, so I thought, okay, we've got a title ready to go for today. But yeah, I've never seen any of the Deadpool films, and I'm quite behind with anything X-Men as well. Anything Marvel in general, actually. Haven't really been keeping up. Okay, so that's... Yes, that's right. We race to spike top before it hits the P-switch, and that's the constraint there. I see what it is now. Took me a moment to read how that room was going to operate. Oops. Three jumps will do it. And now the racing segment, we'll really need to time this properly and hit that before it gets to the P. Does this give me anything? It does, just one up. Boss. I suppose this shows you what you're supposed to do for the boss, that you have to hit the power to knock it out, perhaps. We'll see how it goes. Race. Oh, I see. So you have to do several of the activities in succession? Or no, it's actually just one big race. We need to take that out, find... oh! Nothing hit the P for me. I thought that's what we were supposed to do, but okay, let's see. I might have missed the instruction prompt for that particular scene. Really does feel like what WarioWare would be like in a side-scrolling format in terms of have to do everything fairly quickly. Ah, I see. No, too late then. Okay, yeah, it's by color. It's not by whatever was stacked. I was looking at the objects that were stacked rather than looking for the difference by color. And so I did misunderstand that prompt initially. Okay, and then we race this over, and then we kind of need to wrap around quickly before that becomes a problem. So let's try that again. Race. I'm probably slowing down a little too much in some of these segments, but let's hit this. around. Oh, not liking the look of that platform. There we go. Nope, we needed to skip the P's because we were trained to do that in the original segment. When came out, you did, however, buy the Deadpool and Wolverine skin in Fortnite. Interesting. I mean, everybody kind of does a collaboration with Fortnite at some point at this juncture, I suppose. I've actually still, to this day, never played Fortnite. It's, yeah, one of the most popular and notable games that I've just never touched. Oh, whoops, nope. Rather bad hit there, dropping all the columns at once. So yeah, everything is going to be a little bit more time constrained than in all the training segments we had seen up to this point. True to the rapid task switching that is kind of the central characteristic of WarioWare. Game audio, yeah, thank you for letting me know. Let's fix it up immediately before we get into further problems as the stream develops. And that's why we do a warm-up level, partly, just so we can get this kind of issue out of the way quickly if we can. And we'll hopefully get things back in order in just a moment. Do let me know if we continue to have any problems. So let's put it back on the main screen and let me know if it's a little better or if it is still cutting. Hopefully we won't get too many of those problems today. I ran a long stream yesterday with no audio issues, which was remarkable, but might also have led to a sense of complacency. Yeah, because we were on for about 7 or 8 hours yesterday and had no issues for once. Oh, whoops. Wasn't watching that at all. We can afford to dodge that one and wait behind it and still make it to the next P. Every time you take out one of these spike top timers with a POW, you actually queue up the next one, and so each segment is independently timed. Pretty well implemented, in fact. Oh, that's gonna be a little late, yeah. Unfortunately, waiting behind that saw blade does seem like it puts me back a little bit too slow to hit that POW before the spike top makes contact. I feel like we had passed that segment once at least, but whoops. Shaving that corner a little bit too tight. And yeah, it's good that we get audio sorted out nice and early before we get into a lot of things like music levels, which we do see submitted here quite often, as you know. Okay. This is going to be a problem. Yeah, nope, too late. I wonder if I do have to beat that blade then. Fortnite has a 0 build mode, so you don't have to go against people who make Eiffel Towers. Isn't the point of the game to build Eiffel Towers, though? Isn't that a central appeal? I don't really know, because I've only ever occasionally seen some other people play it on stream, but also because, you know, my natural character as a player is to be more of a builder than a shooter in most circumstances, so. Okay. Oh, fast one over here. Nope, missed a POW. It is 2 Potoboos and then a POW. I did read that correctly, it's just that we missed a shot when it was our turn to take it. And that's pretty much the end of that segment, though. That's hopefully not going to take too long here. Pop that. This. Okay, got it. Nope, hang on. Here we go. Just in time. on that second cycle after totally whiffing on the first one. Clearly we should be stepping on this for the THX, and then that's the flagpole right here. And let's get into the queue. So yeah, this was just warm-up level as a bit of a bonus feature to this playlist that FIFO had put together for Super Discord World, which we completed end-to-end yesterday. And let's get into the latest submission from Dexterity. Away. Forevermore. This is the Phoenix theme from Final Fantasy XVI, which came out last year, I believe. I have not played it. I'm way behind on Final Fantasy as well, but I know that the soundtracks are always a treat. I imagine that this was another one of Uematsu's, if he's still been on the series all this time, but let's take a look and give it a listen. 1K man, you're saying it's really annoying when you hit someone for 3 damage and they build a tower in response. Yeah, could be. Anyway, we'll need to bounce on the side a little bit. Also, Dexterity, since you're the only one in queue, feel free to just point me to another one right after this if nobody else is up next. I expect to be running a bit of a shorter stream today anyhow, but we'll get through as much as we can, and that's going to be short and sweet. So yeah, if nobody else is in yet, we'll just continue. And yeah, we'll just punch in the code. I could go to your profile too, but it might even be faster this way. Soviet Connection from Grand Theft Auto 4. Nico is Roman. Let's go bowling. Also another recent upload from the end of June. Anyway, GTA. Oh, no, we should have just run here. Yeah, there we go. Slow it down a little bit in some spots, but we'll get caught up if we can. And let the track play itself out. And that's it. I'll just head over to your profile, actually. And we can just tag in a few more if you have recommendations. Get me to yourself for a while until somebody else deigns to show up today. I mean, yeah, we can just go down the list, and unless you have one that you would like me to prioritize. But let's mark this as a win for the time being, so just to clear it until we have anybody else show up. But I'd be very happy to just go down the list and play what we haven't. Pizza time, Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter. 1K man, you remember using this song as the car horn for when you used to play GTA Online. Oh, the GTA 4 track that we heard just now, I see. It's a level of wall jumps because it's based on Spider-Man, and that's what he does, I guess. Although I guess if these... I keep calling it a Zipcaster power, but you know, the wall cling badge that you get in Super Mario Wonder that works like the Zipcaster in Splatoon. So I mentally just sort of think of it as the Zipcaster. It's a Spider-Man power, essentially. Like if that comes to Maker in a future Wonder theme, that would kind of be a natural fit for Spidey music. No, this is supposed to be a triple jump by the looks of it, and we just clubbed it, whereas we did catch it previously. Yeah, we do need to just lean forward and all this stuff so we can get our triple jumps going. Down just tells you to go down. We didn't really need to lose time on a ground pound there, I don't think. Okay. Hang right, and out we go. Oh. We don't need that helmet. We don't even need that as a shell, to be honest. Getting saved by the scroll here when we're missing all the wall jumps. And we're actually going to get caught up somewhat, I hope. Only to get squashed at the very end when I was trying to get the up input into the pipe before we were too far off screen. So yeah, we were saved by the screen scroll too many times there when wall jump was away. Also, we got whacked by the hammer, which was unfortunate. One came in insert obligatory. It's marble, baby. Is it really? Who even said that? I'm not up in my marble lore. Really. I'm sure it'll come back to me, but... Squink, welcome. Speaking of music levels, we've just been going through Dexterity's list because nobody else has been submitting yet today, early in the stream, so Squink will be very happy to look at yours next after we get out of here. Whoops. I feel like we're not supposed to be sniped quite this much, but that's okay. Maybe we can just be a little more accurate in the wall jumps here and avoid such problems. A little quicker on the turnaround of the wall jumps, in fact, instead of lagging behind on each of them. Oh, there we go. And we are out. No bonuses here for preserving the helmet, which is fine because we didn't preserve the helmet. Alright, Squink, let's get into yours. And thank you, Dexterity, once again for treating us to the opening here today. So I hope audio actually is functioning properly now, given that we're just doing one music level after another. I assume this is the case with Squink as well, given previous history. Newest or I pick? Okay, we'll see. We'll probably just pick the newest, unless there's a reason not to. Dude, where's my P switch? P is stored in the frog. P is stored in a frog. Okay. Collab with Dragon Hunter, 2 checkpoints, D Music, and Cheese Pops apparently is old. Didn't know that, actually. I don't know how old anybody is around here. Yeah, we'll just have a bit of a music level jam for the first part of the stream today. Missing the jumps here. Oh yeah, because I sort of lost my ability to skim here in the first place. We should actually get above the surface when we try to jump out here. Point in the up diagonal. And actually release the POW a little bit earlier so we don't, lose out on all of that. There are a couple of object throws and exchanges that we should be aware of here. And yeah, the up diagonal is pretty necessary. Note that we were supposed to toss that just slightly earlier so we could actually land on this and grab the shell as our next object to run with. Oh, it's from somebody's commentary of Marvel vs. Capcom 2, which I understand is finally making a comeback after the rights have been sorted out to get a re-release done. Actually, I kind of remember that Marvel vs. Capcom 2 might have been the last fighting game I played even casually in an arcade, because to the extent that any kinds of video arcades exist anymore, they are not the arcades that one remembers from the days when fighting games were ascendant. They're kind of more like mobile games on life-size panels nowadays. You know, if you go to arcades and multiplexes or what have you, it's a completely different landscape. I think it's kind of dominated by things that basically look like mobile ports or rhythm accessory games, and not even of the DDR variety, but you know, everything with this vertical aspect ratio now that seems directly ripped from mobile. But I bring this up anyway because I think Marvel vs. Capcom 2 might have been the last fighting game I played in an actual arcade, like ages and ages ago. But I was never good at fighting games in the arcade era, of course. Didn't know what I was doing. Knew how to do my Hadokens, but... Oh. Yeah, so I'm supposed to land on that as it's landing, but we haven't been able to hit that so far. Probably need to have better jump control on my object releases as usual. Let's start over. And that's working out a little bit better already. There we go. And then P. I don't see what was going on there. I knew I was supposed to budge the shell. I thought I was supposed to toss the P at that point, but we didn't manage to land whatever jump was required there. One thing we haven't really talked about at all is the fact that the music of this level is just a P-switch music. It's very kind of meta P-switch, I guess. Speaking of P-switches... no, you're not supposed to release it yet, I see, because you're supposed to drop it here and then enter the door with the up button, hence the up indicator here, because you hold into that, bop the shell, and then throw the P on the other end. I've been releasing the P too early. That was the problem. Okay, managed to catch that just barely. Down slightly, but not too much. And then in. Okay, that works out. And then we have Frog plus checkpoint. And Boom Boom just dancing along with the red lanterns in the corner. So this is showing you what to expect. You have to hold right immediately upon exiting because you're going to get bounced. And then... Oh, I suppose because you're going to pick up the POW immediately upon door entry, where it's kind of dropping into the tile that's to the right of the door column right now. And then that'll be the object that you sort of hold immediately into the first jump and release. Okay. Missed this. I feel like we missed the boat on something here. Oh, no, you're supposed to go through here. Okay. Was this time sensitive? It probably was. Except we got stuck here. Yeah, because you're supposed to soft drop that and then jump off of it. Okay. Yeah, Squink, that's absolutely the little checkpoint gate. Okay, yeah, no, I keep jumping here when we're not supposed to. We're supposed to soft drop that and then you can see with the forward momentum on a drop that the empty P blocks are where the landing zone is going to be before you pick up the successive P. I'm kind of racing that muncher. Yeah, I can tell I'm supposed to. I just keep running into things. And we might as well practice, whoops, the soft drop here and not accidentally start over while we're doing this. Okay, let's do this again and... no. No bad landing. Let's not start over. It's going to be a P pickup. Yeah, we were overshooting the object drop, which tells me that maybe I'm dropping it a little bit too soon, perhaps? We'll see. Doing things accurately on a marker is not my forte. Whoops. Yeah, definitely too early. In fact, we were about a full tile to the left. We'll try to soft drop just slightly earlier and cut some of that forward momentum when we point down. No, actually. I really do need to cut some of my forward momentum as we drop them and kind of hold down for longer or something. Just don't quite know how to make that landing yet, but we'll figure it out. Nope. Maybe I'm dropping late, I'm not sure. But it seems like we need to kind of cut momentum somehow. Yeah, a little bit of a pullback there. Okay, that's a lot better. No, you are supposed to get frogging in. I wasn't quite sure because I saw damage happening there and I didn't understand what was going on. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of a wraparound over here. We'll see. Okay. Nope. Oh, got stuck in a one-way panel, that's why, okay. I was wondering why I kept running into something, and it turned out it was the side of this one-way panel here, which is why we failed to bounce. Yeah, because you're supposed to just hold right into that in order to land with the correct trajectory on the Koopas. It should be a short bounce on the left one, of course, if you... Oop. Managed to get there accurately. Alright, let's try it again. Okay, oh. Nope. Lost momentum completely here, that's why. Yeah, and then we're supposed to go over and then... Well, I mean, you know, you can't really fail to jump that many times. We have to get that on the first try here. And rebound off the wall correctly. Okay. That's a shell jump, and we just missed it. Absolutely a shell jump. Wasn't coming in at the angle I usually would, just given the frog there. CP2 over the wall? Yeah, we'll find out soon enough. Oh, nope. Bad pullback there. That's gonna be a problem, but we'll attempt to practice shell jump anyway. No, we won't even get that far. And indeed, P-switch expiry is going to hit anyhow. I do need to, once again, do that turnaround on the first try. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no, we are supposed to bump the wall here in order to maintain momentum up here. And we were too late at that point anyway, but... will be a shell jump very soon. Whoops. Well, we'll just get back there until we've got that sorted out. Oops, nope. Missed a jump off the corner. Let's just try it again. Okay, oh, nope. I was about to say, yes, that's great, but no, it's not. And that was a poor release anyway. A little bit too early, just given how we were looking there, but a little pullback into the shell jump is fine. It's just that our release timing was poor. Miss. I could tell that was a miss as soon as I released it. Sometimes you just know. Let's try it again. Feels like there was a little bit of drag there as we switched from one P-switch to the other. Good, much better. Nope, miss. Pulled back a little bit too far that time, in fact. Yeah, frog in the shell jump is going to feel a little bit different just because of the entry angle, I think, but we'll make it happen. We've made it happen before. Whoops, nope. As long as we don't trip over every spike along the way. Okay. That's fine. Reverse, over. Nope. Threw that the wrong way completely. I think the bit of piggishness along that column is well deserved. Yeah, I didn't like my momentum going into that. Whoops. Oh, no wonder we kept slowing down. It's because we keep falling into this little pit here. I wonder it felt like I kept tripping over that. Yeah, we kind of need to hold right into that landing and not get caught. Otherwise, we will have issues at the end of this segment. There we go. Actually, fairly lenient on the P throw if you are just... no, once again, I was trying to back into this a little bit to correct my positioning, and that was poor release timing. We'll get it. This might take a moment, and some other points of failure along the way. No, oh yeah, we keep winding up in this pit, that's the thing. Kind of a poor jump there to begin with, which will need a bit of repair. Just need to hold a little longer going into that power throw, which is the opposite of the instinct we have to apply to that second bit there with the power drop, which is going to be slightly more controlled. No, we shouldn't back out like that. Drop first and back into it. We'll get there. Nope. Slid off the right side. Yeah, a bit rusty on the object handling, as you can see. And we'll get there. Bit of a floatier jump there than I expected. Nope. Bit of a low throw to begin with, in fact. Have to compensate for the frog's physics being just different enough that maybe some deep muscle memory is interfering here because it doesn't apply. Go, nope, lost it. And that's it. And then we can see the ending here where the Muncher blows up the possibility of exiting that door. We had plenty of time. We just needed to not lose the frog in the corner. Nope. Bumped my head on the ceiling there. But yeah, I'm actually not too worried about the time constraint in that Muncher now. As long as we don't take damage, we're well on pace. Nope. Need some height, need a better angle. Shell jump is looking a little bit timid right now. Okay, turn around. Over. Nope, once again, because I'm kind of backing up and correcting into landing on that shell, then I'm not carrying enough forward momentum into going through the P-switch column. The P-block column, rather, and so we're running into a little bit of trouble just by trying to make contact with the shell the way I am. So, just the shell jump itself that still needs fixing. As far as I can tell, it's not enough to just land it. You need to land it in the right direction and a good position. Bit of a loud wet fart on that landing again. Anyway, down we go. Okay. There we go. Before the Muncher comes down, in fact, and then that's going to be checkpoint 2 and immediately into a shell, which caught me by surprise. I didn't realize I was even holding it for a moment here. Then you're going to have successive activations of the on-off switch. Oh, missed it. Shell jump coming out of the water, that's fine, we can do it. It's right at checkpoint. We'll get opportunities. Retry it. Just not like that. Nope. Nope. Yeah, jumping out of the water is a bit of an issue to begin with, so we need to properly get out of there. And yeah, it'll be probably a back and forth on-off switches until such time as we can actually reach that POW. There we go. Nope. And we can no longer reach this. So yeah, we need to dodge projectiles, hit the POW, hit the on-off switches back and forth, and then hit the POW or grab the POW on its way down. That can be done. I'll jump is just a bit of a skill check walk here before you burn your way into the fight. You made, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Yeah, the thing about the frog is that dashing speed sometimes is a little bit finicky to control, and so we should know when to let up on the dash button from time to time, just so I can position myself accurately for once. And nope. Yeah. And get that dash under control here. That's actually fine. We can still grab that safely. So let's make sure. Oh, we don't even need Ludwig grounded. We just need. Or do we? Oh, hang on. Yes, we do. Except I took damage, so I can't get up there now. Or can I? Nope. Never mind, because of the one-way panel to the left of that as well. Yeah, thank you for the submission you made. So yeah, we don't want to be holding dash the whole time when we are swimming back and forth. It's a little too slippery, even for a frog. And walk into walls, welcome. And thank you for the follow. We'll hopefully get to you before too long. Depending on how quickly we can correct our mistake on this fight. Nope, hang on. Can I grab that? No, missed it. We did this fine earlier. Let's just get back in a position here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, tuck the projectiles away. Oh, no, bad idea. Landed right on top of that thing. Okay, that's looking cleaner at least. Let's just projectiles out of the way and then let up on the dash where necessary. Whoop. Yeah, come to a dead stop whenever we can. Oh, nope, there we go. That's a problem. Yeah, it's the Muncher holding the key, so it doesn't matter if Ludwig is middle of a hop or something. He's not the one that we need to destroy. I can reset the shell in that door. Can't. Oh, okay, I didn't realize. We don't really care that much about the clear rate, though. So, that's okay. Hang on. Sure. Okay, now let's once again not completely miss as a result of holding down the dash button. Yeah, we need to let up and have more precise control. Whoop. Okay. Nope. Thought I'd go a little bit short there, and that did not work out with one hit to go. Oh, let's dodge that. And that. And just get out over here. Okay. You know what? Let's tuck the projectile. Oh, come on. That did not work out. I was hoping to just get him to shoot to the right, because then the projectiles get stuffed. On the right side, we have a raid coming in from Mr. All Games All Day. Hope you're enjoying Lorelei and Laser Eyes. I've been meaning to look into that at some point myself. And I hope the puzzles have been reasonably satisfying. Okay. Let's come back. And, oh, missed that. it's really good, and you're saying it's extremely satisfying. Well, I have to look into prioritizing it at some point. I've been thinking that we've been a bit lax lately with our indie coverage, which used to be much, much better. And more prolific, but always lots of stuff we can catch up on. So yeah, we'll probably have to get aboard that at some point as well. Nope. Got this earlier. Once again, it's just a dashing swimming speed on a frog that combined with the jump out of the water. Very unused to some of it mechanically, in some ways. There we go. On the second try there. We will let up on the dash whenever possible when trying to hit accurately. It's still not going to help too much, as you can see. Yeah, lead the projectiles over that way. And then let's lead it over again to the right if we can, and then we'll try to get an open opportunity here to knock them out. And out we go. And there's gonna be a bit of a piece of which run. Oh, I see. Okay, so you have to do this to get it. Right, because you actually have to land on that on the way up. And okay, never mind. Guess we'll just go here instead. So, perhaps not the true ending, unless that was just one massive bit of bait there. Yeah, Megat, it sounds like you've played this one already. But whether you have or not, we found a P-switch. There's only one exit, I see. Okay, so just tantalizing fake out. Yeah, because I was looking at it and thinking, that makes no physical sense, but then, of course, I'm not so confident in my knowledge of the frog suit on a P-jump to really say that for sure, so. Anyway, thank you so much for that one, Squink. Okay, one more from Dexterity. And we'll pick another music level, we will do that. Just going down the list, probably. Yeah, Squink, thank you so much. It's early yet, so if you have anything else to toss me and you think you can stay, feel free. Heart of Stone. Another one from Final Fantasy 16. I am in my element. These shapes totally look like Yoshi eggs. By silhouette. Oh, no, jumping too soon to go for that 10 coin. Way to blow this 20% clear rate. Well, there are one-way panels protecting these too. We don't really need to worry about that jump that much. We have to go for that 10 coin just out of principle at this point. It does look like there was an upper passage that was reachable there too. Okay, let's go this way. Totally get stuck around here, missing that 10 coin down below. And then we'll have a bit of a relaxed exit here. Oh no, I see. Those seemingly open ceilings are in fact constrained. Short and sweet. Okay, Humid. who I thought was here, we'll possibly bump them back one spot if they have dipped out for the time being, and take a look at walking to walls first, since I do see you here for sure. Yeah, we'll probably do that unless Humane checks in. Give them a second chance. Walking to walls I do see still here, so let's bring you up first and give you priority. Humane probably wasn't expecting me to get here this soon, just given how long our queue usually is. Power Up Tower, this is a very fresh upload. Thank you for offering me first clear on this version. This has a clear condition on it. Face a relentless gang of Hammer Brothers with an array of items. In the Power Up Tower. Defeat all 15, okay. Well, let's see how we do. I see fire flowers, I see shells. This is SMP 1, so we're not going to pick anything up here. Oh, yes we are. We can actually just displace this. Which is fine, because it means we could potentially just displace some of these elsewhere instead. Actually, yeah, having the helmet available is great. And having a helmet with the fire flower is even better. This chomp is a bit of an issue. Let's maybe get over here. The swamps are luckily going to stay well out of the way. And we can start to climb. And we see some down here. Good. We actually might be in decent shape, to be honest. No range that one. Got some more hammers still coming down on that side. Alright, let's hit this. And we still have the second flower available, so it's 8 down. We still got another helmet available over there. Okay, another hammer. Is it an all 15? It is an all 15. So if we see it, we kill it. Okay. We don't want to get stuck in that claw. Okay, now we're in a bit of trouble. That's okay. We have both of those items still available. That makes sense to kill that first. And then go for the flower second. We have to mind that chomp. The chomp is one of the major hindrances here. If we are trying to go for this as a helmet, which we will totally lose. Well, I guess we could pick up some clouds and throw them at this point. Or pick up the chomp and use that for clearance. Except we're going to miss it. Okay, never mind then. I guess we'll have to do this the hard way. Yeah, getting caught in that claw by Bowser was actually a major mistake. And Miguel, welcome. Oops. That's going to be a problem. I see a lot of flowers up top, actually. We can bust through that. Anyway, we had the right idea for a while. Oh, nope. Hang on, you know what? Let's just start over instead of continuing from that loss. Okay. We need to go for that first flower. Where was that even? There was a flower way up here, I think. Oh, no. Lost that. Bad news. And sure, the Goom's gonna come here and try to split something. Yeah, we can go for SMB2. That's actually not a bad idea, because then... Ooh, look at the falling chomp there. That's... Oh yes, the flower was up here. Okay, I see. So if we go for this claw, could actually send ourselves back up. Thinking about the helmet meanwhile. Okay, if we are well out of the way, we even got a free helmet here, which is nice. Oh, I see, because there's a blaster up there that fires shells, which is great, because as long as we stand here, we can use that to our advantage. If we can stop another shell and just kick it, let's get rid of this guy so we can Have more available here. And then, yeah, we've actually gotten ourselves into a very good position. Super Ball is available. If we can get rid of Bowser down below, that's great. Time is not an issue just yet. And because of the clear condition, we're seeing nothing else from that blaster. And we've got lots of access to flowers, so... Do we want Super Ball? Is there a reason we would get it? Not yet, I don't think. But we need to basically uncover some hidden hammers at this point. And with all the thwomps in the way, that's a bit of an issue. Possibly we need to go through the doors. SMB2 is available. Oh, that's okay. Can we actually just hit Bowser on a reversal somehow and maybe get through a key door with him? Yeah, we actually really kind of need an SMB2 to get these chomps out of the way. Oh, okay, that works, that works. Now, can we get the deflection down here? Yes, we can. It solves that problem. Eventually. That gets you through a key door. Let's get another helmet up top. There will be a shell that comes down through the blaster. That's fine. We just need something like that once again, and then we'll have 130 seconds to deal with this. Oh, come on. That's okay. We'll still go for the helmet. We'll still go for it. Just a little bit finicky here. What happened to that claw that was up top? I guess maybe we lost it. So we actually do want to get that shell. We have 100 seconds. We have more flowers available up top as well. So stand here. Oh no, it's on the claw. Never mind. Now we really can't pick it up. Okay. We'll check through the key door. We still obviously have 5 hammers to take care of, but I'd rather have the helmet available if we could do that. I guess we'll have to do without. It's gonna be down here. Oh, we've still got a lot to go for. Stars. We don't have the hammers yet, though. And we don't see any other hammers down here either. So I wonder... Yeah, we see a lot of power-ups, but... I guess any of the hammers had to be dealt with in a previous room. Let's... Okay, we've got a much better sense of layout at this point, which potentially allows me to correct some of this stuff. And... yeah, we know that if we get up to the blaster up top, then we'll have access to... Oh, no. Oh, I see, I see. The idea is that you get power-ups and then you spawn back in here with one of them. You see, you can unlock the key door using Kill and Bowser, which we know how to do. The problem was that I just ran out of hammers, and I don't know if there were some that were just flat-out missable or something. Or if the clear condition would preclude that, like where, for instance, we have some that are not credited as a kill, but which we would still need to respawn into this room. I think that might have been the issue for us here. Because, yeah, here we are at 10. And possibly we just need to respawn them then if... What happened to Bowser, anyway? Bowser just not show up this time? Also, notice the doors that are in the bottom right. That might be something interesting, unless it's just a reset door. What even happened to Bowser? Also, coin down here. I wonder if there's something we could hit. Humade, I just postponed you by 1 spot. You're still in the queue. Because I assumed that you were just briefly AFK. Right, so yeah, the helmet was still alive here due to the claws. That's why we didn't get rid of it. Let's check these doors just in case they are something interesting, except the burners try to go for a crush there. Let's maybe not depend on that too much. Do they match? Oh, Mega, okay. But then we still... Ah, okay, more hammers. And we got 12 down now. And then, yeah, we see some other ones that were previously available. We need power-ups now, though. We're in trouble. Okay, so you do need to respawn into this room in some way, whether it's through the Bowser Key room or whether it's through the door. Otherwise, you... Yeah, because then you need to load some in here that were previously missable. From what I can see. So we do see a route, it's just that we need to keep the power-ups, and tells me that going through the Bowser Key might actually be advisable. Oh, it's got stuck here and we couldn't fire. That's okay. And yeah, you see, you blow them off screen like that, then you don't get credit and you lose them flat out. Indeed, the shell might even take care of some of these Bowser issues for me here. Except getting caught by the claw is not so good. Anyway, record so far is 12 out of 15. The main issue was just running out of hammers up to a certain point because we had knocked some off screen, for instance. And yeah, because some of them just take a dive off the side, and if they do that, we do need to reload them. Oh, come on. Fine, we'll do that. Nope. Super Ball will do for a time, and then we'll get into a couple of damage issues here. Yeah, a bit of a messier attempt than what we had earlier. We had a very clean 10 out of 15 on 2 occasions. But we haven't really been able to replicate that just yet. And we do want to keep that helmet if we can. Whoop. Yeah, because we've seen that one just sort of drop off into the pit a couple times, and that's why we missed it. It's too bad that it seems like, you know, some of these can be missable in ways that do require room reload, because, of course, it doesn't reload the ones that are attached to the clear condition, but it does reload everything like Bowser and all the other noise. I don't know if there's a more efficient route that allows you to just beat them all outright at the beginning, but... Yeah, you see, because the landing on that hammer is not going to be terribly consistent either. So, we need to improvise quite a bit here from time to time, and also give ourselves the flexibility to take some damage. Okay, we got a chomp. Can we use the chomp? No, not anymore, we can't. We've actually complicated the situation quite a bit. Let's just redo it. Hume, there actually is a star in the next room if you kill Bowser first and then go through the key door. We actually did see the star, it's just that you have to get the Bowser kill in order to get to that point. And so that's probably the most efficient route. Previously we'd seen that with 10 out of 15 already done. The best we've done is 12. Because when we have some hammers fall off screen, we do need to reload the room to see them. And so the star is obviously one of the most promising possibilities. We know how to get it. But you do need to be in a position to kill Bowser first to really do that. And we had that earlier. We haven't been able to get it back. Okay, just pop that one right away and maybe throw this one off track if we can, but over to the right side if we are able. Oh, it's well off track at this point. Let's try to go for a flower in relatively short order. Okay, good. Yeah, the flower's gonna get loaded in here. We've got a helmet, so we're not too concerned about this. Now we unstack this guy and dodge more chomps. Just nuke that one. Yeah, there are some that if we come through here, We might even be able to just kill Bowser with the shell just by standing here, as long as we don't get hit by the claw or hit by stray hammers. We'll actually just let Bowser die this way, and then we can run over, get the helmet, and also just damage boost through to the flowers that are on the top right. Because once you're in this position, you essentially have a free helmet and a free flower. As long as you don't die while this is happening. This is a bit of a slow way to do it, obviously. Time might eventually be an issue. But that's going to take Bowser out of there. And then we'll try to go for this first helmet, if we can. As long as the shell didn't get caught in a stray position, like there. The shell even did us the favor of getting rid of some of the chomps down below, which is great. We might actually have to take damage on this quickly and then kick this. Oh, and that got stopped. That's okay, we've got access to a second helmet. Over here. And Fire Flower as well. At this point we've got 10 out of 15. We're going to go for the star in the next room since we have the key, and then we're going to come back. Do I get damage if the hammers touch me even before we're Shellman? I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but we'll try to parse your question in just a moment. Oh, Master Sword. Okay, sure, we'll take that too. And then we'll just try to get everything we can with a star. That's 11 out of 15. You know what? We've got arrows now. And actually, we've got stars coming out of the pipe directly. It's just that normally when you're standing on top here, you don't get that because, oh. Because you'd be standing on top of the pipe, and that does preclude you from doing much there. So let's just try to get, first of all, over to Bowser to get him out of the way. Whoops. Wrong way. Where did this star go? You know what? Hard shell it. Oh, no. Got caught on top of something here. Here we go. Can I have a star, please? Okay. I've got 4 more to go. We just need to spot them. Like, the hammers don't damage me if I've got a helmet. Yeah, no, the hammers don't damage me if I've got a helmet. Helmet does defend against those. Just fine. Okay, 12 out of 15. Oh, 13 out of 15 is upstairs. We do see it. So we'll get that number 13 and we'll reload through the door again for power-ups and the like. To see if we can catch the last 2. It's partly a question of things, you know, falling into inopportune locations. I don't see where the remaining hammers are being loaded. That's the main problem that we have currently. We're going to go for the boot if we really want to fully power up here. Oh, come on. This would kindly get out of the way. So here's the problem, is that we don't see where the hammer is located at this point. And we're going to bust through all of that, but then I don't see where the remaining hammers are. Oh, I see something firing at me from down here, so possibly we need to go through this door here. And yes, the hammers are down here. You know what? Oh, I was trying to crush them. Okay, now we're in big trouble. Now we're in big trouble. Yeah, because we needed to catch the ones that come down that track. The other thing we can do then is when we load in from Bowser's door, we actually just go straight down. If we're missing the ones that are on the track, then what happens is that we just go straight down the vines, and then we will catch those. Thank you so much for the follow. We'll get off to a bad start right away by losing the helmet. Oh. Nope, that's okay. We can just boost up. This is a bad situation to be in. This is a bad start already, in fact. Let's just redo it. Yeah, the ones on the tracks, that's... Didn't realize those were the ones I was missing. And of course, yeah, we lost access to that first one right away. That's okay, we'll kill all we can. And then get out of here. And then get into a situation where we can go for the Bowser kill. We're able. The shell that comes out of the blaster up top takes care of a lot of stuff. Takes care of a lot of issues that we could potentially run into. Oh. We'll need a new helmet here, though. Very short order. There's this one here. We would need to pop this. And that actually did not pop into a location that was very reachable for me, so no, let's just redo it. Yeah, we'll be able to do this. We've basically seen the route at this point. I just need to play accurately. It was not accurately. Let's get down here for this flower as the first one. It looks like an extremely busy level, but the thing is, you can actually pick it apart systematically. And find a route. Just that we need to be a little more accurate about not getting hit. Which, with the hammers bouncing back and forth the way they do, is not always something we can guarantee. Okay, that guy's sort of in a bad position. Oh, lost a helmet right away. That's okay, we've got a flower. Actually, let's just take some of these out right away, and then we're down here. We'll let the helmet take care of Bowser. As long as we don't get hammered too badly, we're actually going to be fine. It's just that the one hammer thrower up top is standing a little close to me right now. And yeah, we'll need to really grab that helmet once it becomes available. Otherwise, we're out of damage boosts. And we also don't have a good way right now to jump over that piranha to go for the flowers until after we get the helmet, which would be after Bowser is dead, and we need to stand accurately for that. Okay, good. Like that the helmet can eliminate so much, except we need the camera bob to cooperate here. Camera, please. Camera, please. Come on. Oh, and it's still not. Come on, camera. No. It just refuses to... Oh no, it's because the helmet was caught on the claw on the right side. That's why it wasn't spawning anymore, because one of the helmets was in a dead position. Wasn't a camera issue after all. Oh, hang on. We'll be able to get this. We've been very close so far. Just failed to scout the last remaining position earlier. We had time to do it too, which is important. Okay, let's crouch into this so we can just get rid of this guy here if we can. Get rid of some of this. Then yeah, we gotta take out some of these projectiles over here if we can. If we could get the claw drop off some of these, that would be ideal. We'll just eliminate whatever it can while we can. And then pop that one. Claw's gonna take me over to this side. Oh, nope, gonna lose that. This is a big problem actually because we've got too many hammers coming down on that end. And yeah, now we're in big trouble. Because we didn't manage to get into a position where I could get a shell to take care of Bowser for me. In order to do that, we do need to eliminate all the hammers up top. Ideally with a flower, ideally with a shell as well. Oops. Let's redo it. So we've been very close so far. It was just 13 out of 15 on the best attempt, and It's just that we had trouble locating the last two earlier, and we do now know where they are, so I'm reasonably confident we'll get this soon. Yeah, the crouch into picking up the flower actually is pretty essential. Oh, what's that? The stump being picked up by a claw is not the best circumstance, but the thing is we can get the claw to drop it just by proximity. Oh, missed. Yeah, there you go, by proximity. Yeah, there's a flower sort of in the top corner here as you jump up towards that location, so if we take damage first, well, that's too early, but going for that flower and eliminating the hammers next to Bowser is going to be pretty useful if we can pull it off. Taking too much damage too early. Yeah, because we do need to take a point of damage before we get up there. Hang on. We really can't afford to lose a shell that soon. Pump this guy away. Nope, too much damage. Shouldn't be standing that high to begin with. Okay, let's just go down here and get out. Eliminate everything we can. That claw drop is a bit of a concerning fake out, but that's okay. As long as we have the ability to take some damage, we can go for a flower in the top corner and get rid of all of these eventually. Oh, no, now we're in trouble. But we can go for that flower without getting whacked. Yeah, the problem is that we've got all the hammers coming down on us at this point. Very difficult to dodge when the source is out of view. So yeah, we're losing too many power-ups too early, particularly the helmet. We need the helmet running to have much of a chance here. Whoops, speaking of which, that's gone. That's okay, like I said, as long as we can take damage on our way up, we can get up there, eliminate everything aggressively if we can. And then once the hammers are down, most of them anyway, then the shells can take care of Bowser. Well, okay, we'll drop this shell first, and kick it. Okay, we can still take damage. Oh, come on. Oh, no, we can't. Swinging on this claw is a big problem. You can just stabilize and then Chomp is going to chomp us. Yeah, obviously a lot of chaos can happen here. You do need to improvise your way through. And not get whacked by too much stuff along the way. Let's take away this bottom one here. A lot of things can be picked up by the claws if you're not careful as well, so. Okay, are we in a position where the shells can just fire at Bowser all day? We are, as long as we don't get hit by the hammer on the claw on the right side. Once Bowser is out of the way, then we're in great shape. Except we don't have a power-up anymore to get over to the right side safely. That's the main issue. Also that chomp that is just kind of picking away at my heels from the claw down low, that's a dangerous position to be in. The stump doesn't always get picked up, that's the thing. Or rather, the stump does get dropped much of the time. Now the problem at this point is that we don't have a good, safe way to get over to the power-up spot that we need. On the right side. We dropped a stump. Then ideally what we'll go for is that helmet on top level. We need to not get hit by this hammer first. Oh. We need the helmet. Except it got caught by the claw on the right side, so yeah, we can't get it. I was trying to go for a Super Ball there, because then we'd at least be able to take a point of damage. I can't take the power-ups above Bowser unless I already have a power-up because there's a piranha that's guarding them, I can't jump over that piranha. I have to, you see, if I'm able to take a point of damage, if I at least have Super Mario, then I can damage boost through the piranha to grab one of the flowers on the top layer. We had, in fact, been doing that earlier. But I have to be able to take a point of damage to get to that point, and that's why I was trying to retrieve a helmet. Sergeant Bigheart, welcome. And thank you for bringing your Maker stream over here as well. I hope yours went well and that you had some excellent levels on your side. Let's drop the hammer if we can. Good. We'll need to get him on the second pass, but at least we'll get him out of the way now. Okay. I do have a strategy for this, it's just that we need to execute on it. We know the path at this point, we know where everything is placed and what we need. It's just that there's a lot we can lose to along the way. And lucky for us, the chomp on the stump is out of the way early this time. Okay, so we're in good shape now because we have the helmet. We can just park here. Unless we get hit by a hammer on the side, we just park here until Bowser goes down. Once Bowser goes down, we have the key, which allows us to get access to the star. And then it also allows us to re-enter this room in order to take care of any remaining hammers. Okay. Let's just let the shells hit Bowser. You got some banger levels over on your end today? Yeah. That's good to know. It's a really nice place to be in, I think, at this point, with a lot of the viewer levels of regulars being pretty serious makers, pretty accomplished makers at this point. Oh, okay, we lost a helmet. Also lost my camera position up here completely. That's okay. We can get another helmet. We can get up to 10 out of 15, and then we need to start reloading the room for the ones that we missed out on. And we can actually get the spiny helmet after this anyway, once we have key access. As long as we don't get squished up here, so. Let's just go down. We'll need to reload 5 of those hammers, and let's just grab all the power-ups we can. While we can. Boot's not a bad idea either. And star will be essential, so. Grab the star. You had to restart stream twice to a malfunction? Yeah, I'm glad you still managed to get out of that situation. Great, this is a good place to be in. We have key access, we have power-up access. We have most things we need, except we need to play it safe, and whenever I'm able, we're going to power up again. Well, kill some hammers first if we can, since we can see them. No, we're just going to reload the room. And we have 3 more to go. We see 2 of them kind of coming in from the top layer. That's what we'll go for. About 140 seconds, which in this circumstance is plenty. Oh, come on. Give me the boot. There we go. So yeah, we see 1 on the claw. We do need to kill Bowser immediately. We see 1 up top. And then there's 1 more that's unaccounted for. Oh no, there's just 1 more unaccounted for. We're at 14, which means it's just the one that's on top. Let's get powered up again, actually. Not taking chances. Oh. Especially after taking the hit from the piranha there. Okay. Once again, yeah, we'll go for the one that's on the top layer. That's the one we're missing. After that, the flag is in the first room, so that's going to be easily accessible. No, hang on. Wrong entrance. Let's go through the door, not the pipe. We've got time. Oh, come on. Getting caught on some of the claws here. Okay, 15 out of 15. We've got power-ups. We know where the flag is. And that's a clear. Yeah, we'd mapped that one out quite a while ago. It's just that we needed to execute it properly, and we did not, in fact, get the first clear on this, but it's a very fresh upload, and congratulations to whoever who did. Fred Lowe over there, who had a much faster record time. And thank you for this mission, walking the walls. Humade, thank you for coming back from AFK. I'm glad I just rotated you back by 1. Let me check the current state of the queue just to make sure we have something manageable. Okay. Troll level in a nutshell. Get ready, trolls ahead, and they're up to no good. This is version 4. Alright, we're seeing this red one in the middle. Obviously, we're just gonna check everything here. P-switch gates you off. This is nothing. Okay. We'll let the P-switch expire to see if anything happens. Nothing happens. Okay. That's important to know. This might come in handy later, so... Yeah, I guess the 3 colors here are kind of supposed to bait you into this, and then... One of mushrooms surely can't matter too much. You would have to get SMB2 through here, otherwise you are stuck. Unless you're tall to get into that first. And okay, that traps you, so you would have to just go earlier, I think. Or maybe try to enter that and see what happens. I mean, obviously it has to be SMB2 in order to get you out. It probably isn't. It could also be a spike ball. No. It is not? Okay. Just checking. Well, we are in the early phases of just collecting information. Yeah, so you just come out here. And then this is meant to look like a P-switch activator. The fact that the Piranha is docked there quickly tells me we probably should have gone there early. And let's let the P-switch expire first. And then see what happens. Mushroom down in that location, that's interesting. Oh, this is nothing. Okay. So yeah, we'll see what's happening with the mushroom in that location. We're meant to go through here, but I bet you actually need something like a mushroom for it. Yeah, because Master Sword here isn't going to get you down here unless there's... No, there's nothing that could really conceivably be in range of getting rid of that cloud, so that's going to be somewhere just you stand, and then you're meant to try this. That's saying no, okay. Anything? Let's just go for this. And do we get something here? Let's try it. SMB2 mushroom, we have it. And then so now we figure out what the rest of this is about. This looks like it's a trap. There's no way out of there physically, I think, but unless there's some kind of glitch. I think we should go for this first, actually, just to check it. That's fine. Probably some kind of P-switch activation opens up access to the panel that we see down below. Let's see if we remember the sequence that we had here, because I'm not convinced necessarily that I would. We had actually circumvented that Piranha shot earlier. I see, because we had not stood here yet. I think we just went quickly, to be honest. I don't remember how we went in. But of course, if you do this, then you can get a damage boost off of a mushroom in this location, so... if this would like to give me a mushroom. Oh, it did. Maybe you need to come up here first. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, because previously we just kind of skipped this piranha here, but I think that's probably the intended path. Now, we were all right here earlier, right? Like we just tapped this, moved in here, waited. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I didn't see what spawned a blaster because we didn't spawn a blaster previously. Possibly we needed to hit something else first. Anyway, let's not hit a fish. Wait, how did the switch change? That was supposed to happen. I'm not sure, but you might want to go over my video footage if one of the attempts did not go as expected. Let's go back this way. Wait for P expiry. Just in case it matters. Ah, okay, so you're probably supposed to come here with the P-switch still active. No, you're not. We previously saw the piranha. That's fine. Just tell me we were actually caught by that Cheep Cheep despite seeing it multiple times. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's the purpose of getting the troll level played, I guess, is partly so you have some data to work with for potential bugs that you may or may not have seen yet. P-switch doesn't seem to do anything for us here, so let's just drop the Cheep. So, what did this do? We previously... Why don't we just circumvent the on-off switch? Because, yeah, that was here. I wonder about the on-off state earlier then, because... Here we are. The right side is a trap. First time we've been back here for a while. Yeah, if we get into this area with the note block, I don't actually see a way to get back out. But here it looks like there's a swamp that's going to hit that. We probably shouldn't have stood there, though. I feel like we'll need SMB2 for something. Like this cloud in this location. This is going to be... Yeah, you can try to do SMB2 jump up here, but I think you probably do need to go through the cloud for the Master Sword. At this point, this is just a crush block for death, then. Not that it matters if we're from checkpoint 1. Yeah, Humate, I always keep permanent VODs. I have the VOD of the broadcast that is available for 2 weeks, but then I always make a copy that is permanently saved in highlights. So if you really kind of need to do a deep debugging or something, the videos will remain available long term. A lot of people come here specifically for playtesting, so that's an important part of the service we provide. Flame69, welcome. Flame69X, I should say. Might be a situation like Mega Man and Mega Man X where you're distinct characters, right? So Flame69X, welcome. Okay, let's get over here. And yeah, thank you for the submission. Let's get the thwomp down. Let's get the thwomp down. You know, we need to kind of double back right away. Or jump. Here we go. Okay. We can go over to high jump here, but I feel like it's going to be Master Sword. Unless we need this to trigger something. Yeah, because this precludes you from going down. And this is Maker 2, so you can't just smash this. You can smash this. And you can smash this, but we know that's just a death trap down below, so that's not really going to be useful. So we'll just go for a crush. You don't know what caused the on-off to activate twice and it would actually break the level. Yeah, I wonder if there's any kind of spawn position issue. Yeah, I have to look at that. I mean, I don't know where your off-screen switches are, right? So I can't necessarily tell, but maybe if you go back and listen to the audio carefully or something, you can find what happened. Isn't that an on-off toggle right there? Oh, you made. Remember that the first time that I went through the yellow pipe, I didn't actually activate the on-off switch on the right side here to grab the mushroom. I just went straight through and for some reason didn't have to deal with the piranha blocking the pipe. Since I did that, I think that was still in the off state when I went through the pipe. If you catch what I mean. I think that's what happened. That the first time through, I didn't do the second toggle that you have when you cross over here. So it might be the fact that I got ahead of the piranha the first time I successfully made it through the yellow pipe entrance. I think that's what happened. I am just sort of going by what I have seen from my limited view as the player. So let me know if that makes sense. So to the extent that it breaks the level, yeah, that would do it. Master Sword over here, and then we do have a checkpoint. I don't know if this is going to be anything. It says no, that's fine. Better you check the VOD to check what caused that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, but keep in mind that I think I just didn't do that additional switch toggle to get through the yellow pipe the first time. But it is better if you check, since you know what's actually going on in a level. But that's something I would look for. Master Sword over here, if we go back towards it, which I think will be necessary. Given that nothing else seems to get me through the icicle. So yeah, it is going to be a Master Sword that comes through here somehow. I guess we stand in this location as it whips up to our location. I don't know if maybe we can toss the bomb to do anything. Oh, no. Just thinking about how we can use the Master Sword as something other than just a flat damage boost here. But I think we just get a damage boost off it in a jump. This is meant to tell you that you should jump up here with a spring. I feel like that's kind of bait in its own way, but maybe not. There's a crush block here. Oh, I see. You have to be quick, otherwise you get into a situation where you have the mushroom column. However, you could break through the hard blocks if you do get a mushroom. Interesting. Yeah, because you do need to cut through this stuff. And then that does allow you to enter, but I feel like that's going to tell you, nope, not with this power-up, you don't, so... And this is an instant kill on this, so we can't do too much with it here. So I think we just need to go fast. If you go fast, then you bypass the mushrooms coming in. I can see how that's structured now, in fact, that the one-up block is meant to be a distraction to slow you down. As long as we just go quickly as soon as we spawn this area, then we're fine. It's actually kind of hard to see the track saying no up there because the power-up is just so huge. Okay, looking at this, you're meant to think that the mushroom is going to get you through the brick that is on the right. I'm just looking at what other triggers we can potentially work with. You're meant to think that the P-switch is going to allow you entrance through the pipe once you're across the one-way panels. I wouldn't be surprised if that blaster under the thwomp is just disguising the flagpole or something, in fact. I would really not be surprised. But, well, I mean, we don't know how much whatever's left, so. Okay, Muncher's going to block you off, and that, yeah, that's the trick there. So we'll die to it. This thing here has been looking pretty suspicious the whole time. But we don't know what that's about just yet. And yeah, one-way panel prevents you from breaking anything with link over here. That was definitely a consideration. Let's go fast. Just making sure it doesn't spawn anything. And then you're meant to kind of get through the thwomp and hit the P-switch, but I'm going to sit here for a moment instead. No, never mind. So what does this actually do? Boo, and then yeah, it shows you that there's a door over there. Okay, so you just hold up into that, in fact. That's all there is to it. But I was thinking it was something that the thwomp was disguising. I just didn't think that that door would be the thing that is worth checking. But it just didn't occur to me at a time. Yeah, once you see the trick, the actual solution is straightforward and easy to execute, which is, I think, nicely balanced when it comes to control levels that are more about the observational element. So we're just going to hold up in the middle under the thwomp. And it's going to drop me in here. We're going to have a bit of a choice here. This is meant to surprise you. But we're going to do this instead. Yeah, because this was a fake out. Probably would have put an invisible block over you or something. With the stiletto, however, this would break through the hard block, so we need to be very careful. Yeah, and then come through this way. And then we're meant to sort of get up to this area here. Oh. Yeah, because you're supposed to come up with that stiletto. You can't actually grab this one, obviously, so we'll take a depth location here. You're telling me so far nothing has broken the level other than the beginning? Okay, that's good. I mean, I haven't really been, you know, trying to break it that hard, but we have just been trying to flow through it and understand how it's presenting information. I don't see anything that would be too vulnerable, but I don't really know how your switches are all set up, so let's get in over here. It's going to be through here, and we dodge somewhat accurately. We're going to get within range of some kind of P-switch trigger. To just kind of touch the cloud, perhaps, like that. Good. And then that's just going to be the death trap there. So, oh, now we need to find a way to take damage. Yeah, okay, so this does preclude me from going down. Okay, we didn't really expect that one, so let's see what I can do. I feel like we actually need to raise that Goomba that's standing on the boot and kind of pop it up somehow, and then that'll allow me to take damage. Oh, maybe that was actually still doable from the position I had, but we'll take a more careful look at it. I think I need to raise that Goomba on the boot at that point, but then I don't know if that makes sense given that we had to get there with our own independent boot in the first place, but we need a damage source basically if we can set one up. Yeah, through the door here. Then that one's going to jump. I'm trying to look at what opportunities we would have to potentially raise that Goomba before we get into a situation with what is it, the blaster down below. Let me think about that. I think we are supposed to just raise it. Oh, no, I was trying to jump out of it. Yeah, no, you actually just have to jump out of it quickly, I think. And you do have to cut all this, of course. Like, you have to slam it all the way down. You can see we're not quite at a height where we can raise this Goomba. You basically have to slam and then jump out immediately, and perhaps you can catch that quickly enough before you have issues with the big mushroom. However, the big mushroom's coming down into that position. If it's on Trax layer, then it's going to just miss and bypass you. I think it will not get trapped there. So yeah, that is just a power-up we need to dodge, and it should not get trapped there. Okay, let's have this. Head over here. Then quickly. Yeah, I enjoy that it's a sort of low execution troll, just one where you need to be attentive. Okay, I think we just need to go fast and get out. Yeah, and it's actually a flying one, not on Trax layer, but on flying layer, and so we'll be just fine as we hit checkpoint 2. One up over here is obviously bait, but what kind of bait? That kind of bait. Okay, that's fine. And it is a switch trigger. I actually wonder if we could have picked up the big mushroom from that initial position there. No, maybe not. Let's see. Oh, look at that overlap there. I was actually so safe for a moment. So that locks you out. This probably spawns an obstruction, but we need to see it. Yeah, it does. Okay. Nice spread on all 3 of those. Expanding the way they do. Yeah, okay, so you just skip this. I mean, very binary sort of trick. You do it or you don't. This looks like a scroll break on the left. I wasn't sure what the scroll break was going to be, but now we know, so. Okay, nope. Big mushroom is well out of reach. I could pick the big mushroom, but it would be considered cheese. You made a solution for it. Okay, I don't know if I necessarily see that route, in fact, but yeah, so that's a thwomp position. Also notice that if there's a P-switch activation, then the spike ball gets rolling, so. Let's scroll up here for a moment. There's one coin. You're meant to think that the coin is going to be a key. The block also contains a key. But I feel like if you're small, you're not supposed to jump up above that because there's probably a one-way panel trick under the door or something that will prevent you from entering. But then there's also a potential scroll break trigger if you go for the pink coin, where something will happen there. Also notice that the clown car trying to load the big mushroom up would trap you in such a way that would prevent you from reaching the key door, and so that's something that we Need to consider, unless, of course, we have a spike ball rolling our way that would allow us to take damage on the big mushroom when that becomes relevant. I feel like the question blocks are probably a P-switch trigger. We could even dodge the swamp, actually. Let's just do that. Except we would get hit by that. Okay, so it does launch the ball. We just need to open that up. That probably is the way to open it up, in fact. I kind of like that as a solution, but we'll push at that idea for a little bit and see if it goes anywhere. Okay. Now that all of that is out of the way, perhaps we can hit this and it will launch something down here, which then the spring will be able to carry over. Possibly a damage source, which would be great, because if we get the big mushroom, then we can take damage out of that. Let's see what springs over. It's going to be a Cheep Cheep. Okay. A Cheep Cheep might be fine, though, because if it's bouncing around, then perhaps it will be a damage source that we need. You think the cheese is not possible anymore because the big mushroom is high? Yeah, because it's not reachable from that initial checkpoint position. I don't know if you had that as a problem in an earlier version, perhaps. But it does not seem to be a problem now. Okay. So Cheep Cheep's going to come down here, and that's fine. I actually don't mind that idea. I feel like you're supposed to think that you duck here. Oh, I see. Yeah, you need to dodge that. There you go. Back to that. Now, this is something that's telling you no, but we're going to do it anyway, just to see. Oh, I see. So, yeah. Once again, I like that as far as anti-softlocks go, that this is low execution. Because, as I always say, anti-softlocks are typically fun once, and only once. So, well, I mean, you know, we're speaking too soon. We don't know if there's some kind of big mechanism near the end that sends you all the way back up top or something, and could very well be. Someone redeemed to kill the game audio silent redemption again. Let's fix that while we can. Yeah, we did have that at the beginning of the stream. I'm amazed that yesterday's stream lasted for about 7 hours without encountering audio problems, in fact. Something just went right that time. Yeah, reasonable anti-softlocks that are also easy to avoid are always appreciated. I mean, you know, like, it was explicitly telling me not to bother with that pipe, and we knew that, but we checked it anyway. And we'll start here again and try to remember the whole sequence up to checkpoint 2. Okay, let's go quickly. Let me know if audio is sounding a little bit better. Okay, and then stiletto. Let it jump for a moment. And then that's it here, and we just need to jump immediately out of this before the big mushroom becomes an issue. Actually, yeah, I wonder if you could kind of come down here. Yeah, if you drop down, then you can't go back up, so. Not much to be done there. And we'll just continue. Okay, back to this room. Once again, we'll go Thwomp first, since that does seem correct. This drops Cheep Cheep. I don't think it actually accomplishes anything else for us, so let's just slide across without holding down. I think we're gonna be fine. Nope, I was trying to let go early. And that did not go because our head wasn't really under the ceiling yet. I think we need to kind of do a bit of a short jump over that. And we'll redo it. Also, because of any kind of breakage here... I see, okay. That's going to be a necessary anti-soft lock after all because of this issue. We probably should have just gone for the left side death trap. Okay. That's fine. I don't remember where everything was. Let's check it again. We might have to try to remember this. Just to keep things reasonable. Okay, good. I think it was down here somewhere. Not too bad, actually. Let me check one thing here. Yeah, this says no, and then it kills you. So that's actually what we want to go for in the event that we get back to the flag. Instead of having to redo the ante. Up we go. And same sequence as before, pretty simple to put together. Stiletto. Let's just be extra cautious. Let it bounce. Up. Bit of a hop up there, and then we'll get out right away. And we're back in position, so what? We need to avoid the pipe over here. I actually wonder if we should trigger something here. Let's just... I feel like we do want the Cheep Cheep to face right, so we have a damage source though. Yes, that's it. We actually just get the Cheep Cheep to go right. We pick up the mushroom. I shouldn't have picked up the mushroom. We need to take a death now. And we stand here until the Cheep Cheep hits us. Then we run across. Let's check what this is. And we want to have the mushroom, apparently. Okay. So pink coin is just bait, perhaps. Or is it left? Suggesting a big jump over there. I don't know about that. I feel like maybe we're within range to spawn something. Let's... Okay, it's easy to get back here. Let's just take a leap. And then, yeah, we just go straight down there. Alright. Well, that's interesting then. That means that maybe we don't need damage on a Cheep Cheep after all. We do, in fact, want to keep the mushroom. Instead of bothering with pink coin, which is not going to be anything functional by the looks of it. And, Memon422, welcome. Thank you for this mission. But yeah, I think we just go straight for this, and I don't see why not. I suppose the pink coin would lead to an interesting scroll break that presumably kills you, but... I rather like how the thwomp trap there is laid out visually. By the way, as far as fake outs go. I feel like we were probably supposed to get out with the mushroom. But we can see if this triggers anything. It does not. Probably needed a spike ball to roll that way. So let's just take the death here. I think it's a spike ball that's supposed to get the scroll break there. It seems fairly clear to me. You'd think the thing I did at the beginning wouldn't break the level. It's just a switch state difference, okay. And Crazy Wreck, welcome. What a spot of purple, as always. Okay. So we don't really need to spawn a Cheep Cheep. Let's just go over this way. But I thought the switch state difference affects the next room after that, right? But anyway, I'm thinking too far back at this point without actually looking at it, so let's just continue. We know that we drop off here. That does seem to be the continuation. And no, we're supposed to get a power up here. We're supposed to get a mushroom to hit. Because we need to punch through this, and I think it's actually the next set of blocks over there that's going to be a spike ball that's going to roll all the way down and break things open for me. Perhaps. Unless it just breaks open that top left area. And we'll find out. Yeah, by the looks of it, we want mushroom, but not big mushroom, because that way we can still activate question blocks without smashing them. So, there's a brief interval where we need to wait, but not too long. That's easily understandable, I think. As long as we're paying attention. Yeah, Humade, you're saying it'll spoil one troll only. Okay. As long as it doesn't smash up too much else. Room. Ah, it's I see, it's a conditional power. Playing so much Maker 1 this year that we practically expect pipe stacking. Which is of course not going to be the case. Interesting, but I wonder if there's something state dependent that we... Oh, maybe we do need a big mushroom then. Okay, I see. I was thinking the big mushroom was probably a trick because, you know, it's a state where you're staying there the longest. And it seemed plausible that you would be precluded from hitting that question block by sticking around a little too long and picking up the big mushroom, but we just made the wrong guess, which, having control levels, what is actually the case is that we do, in fact, want to have the big mushroom break out of that area. But we'll go for that. There we go. So yeah, we'll just wait. Smash all this. Smash all this. And then smash this stuff. I feel like we went too slowly and that this was punishing us for this, but that's okay. Let's check this. Oh, it's probably going back to checkpoint. Yeah, no, I thought so. I thought so. And because we're big, we... yeah, we need to do this to get chipped a little bit. I think that allows me to get in through this door, though. Yeah, I was thinking, okay, red pipes, those are all naturally going to be suspicious since we did see these two together fairly early on. Yeah, I mean, Humade, if you're pretty sure that it's not game breaking, then it's not a particularly high probability event. Perhaps. Because with a big mushroom, we didn't really have a continuation. No, because the anti takes longer, right? And the ante just gets me into the big mushroom state anyway, which we already had, so we know there's no difference. Okay. Down we go. Well, let's see if we remember everything in the sequence here. You recommend I check the ante again? Yeah, possibly there's something state dependent there that actually just leads you to the flag or something, and I didn't consider that as a possibility. And that may in fact be the correct path. But, you know, that's just the kind of thing playtesting reveals, that I'll just consciously avoid the anti-mechanism once I feel satisfied at having seen it. We can check that again later. We actually still haven't checked this coin passage to the right, but that's okay. Also, this is the rightmost side. This whole area. Yeah, actually, no, this isn't going to let you go down below. Otherwise, I was thinking we would just smash this area underneath the triple arrows there, just in case that is concealing the flag. Entirely possible. Anything that's pipe spawn here? No, not really. Yeah, perhaps having Big Mushroom in this state. Oh, you know what? We have to check. Yeah, no, I thought Flagpole was a distinct possibility here. I did think the Flagpole was a distinct possibility here. That's something that we should check. And yeah, because I've been on the lookout for things that would reveal the flag, and this was certainly one of them. We would need to figure out how to take damage. We know actually that we can take damage in the previous area. So instead of waiting for death, we can actually just come out here once we've taken damage in that location. Yeah. I was on the lookout for a concealed flag all this time, just for taking a look at the right side boundary and the camera position to see what would make sense. But we'll redo the final sequence here. Thank you for the patience with us in queue, incidentally. I know I've been taking a while to test this one, and these levels do require a bit of thoroughness sometimes. Yeah. So yeah, it looks like there's some kind of switch here. You'd like feedback after I beat a level? Yeah. Keeping in mind that I'm not really like a troll specialist necessarily, I do playtesting for it, but I suppose that's still a valuable perspective, perhaps. But yeah, if anything comes to mind, we'll definitely have a bit of a chat before we load up the next piece. Whoops. Okay. There we go. And yeah, welcome, Document. Okay, now let's keep going. sometimes surprised that that's apparently unusual to, you know, actually talk about a level as you're playing it. I suppose that's why, while some kinds of levels like Kaizo or Precision, it's a little easier to zone out because you're just building muscle memory much of the time. I find that if I'm doing something like puzzles or trolls, that you kind of need to talk about it just to keep on track, right, and keep a sense of focus, but perhaps regular troll players don't even need to do that anymore. They just see all the tricks. And B99, or however you would like your name to be pronounced, thank you for the submission and welcome. Yeah, Document, sometimes I don't get caught by trolls that are specifically targeted to catch people who rush, right? I sometimes just skip them the first time because I just stand and wait. Anyway, I do get caught by a lot of trolls that punish standing and waiting, for obvious reasons. B9, okay, that's fine. We'll go with that name then. So I wonder if you switch out of the big mushroom... Yeah, so there's no beating this spring, you do have to go back up through here. We know where the flag is at this point anyway. So we know that we're able to trigger a P-switch plus POW situation to dispense with the coins. We know that we have to lose the big mushroom, but I wonder if at this point having a power-up state here is sufficient to drop you through the flag, and it is. So we'll take it. So yeah, Humate, if you're not concerned about the switch state issue that we had early on, then it looks like we didn't really break anything too much. Like I said, I'm glad the ante is pretty gentle. In general, pretty gentle when it comes to execution, and I find that the pacing was actually quite good in that even when we got sent back to checkpoint 1, it was not difficult to retrace our steps from memory because there weren't too many steps to store at a time, which sometimes can be a bit of an issue when people go for checkpoint reset tricks. And so yeah, I think it's generally in a good state. I think some of the trolls are very kind of 50-50, where, you know, you look at the clue in front of you and you could kind of reason yourself to either conclusion about whether you're thinking about the solution or thinking about the trick, right? And, you know, maybe that's the kind of balance you're going for, where you can look at something and feel like you're outsmarting the level, but you're still actually kind of making a guess because it could go either way. So if you're satisfied with that kind of coin flip on a lot of the trolls, then I think there's a good bit of variety here, so thank you so much for that one. Yeah, it's mechanically pretty solid. And the thing is, it's gentle to play through, because then you can kind of focus on the structure of the level rather than just getting caught on timings all the time, right? Nemesis, am I okay with more challenging Kaizo submissions? Feel free to try one out on me. I will say that, I mean, you know, I can do things like shell jumps, but my hit rate with them is not great. Any kind of really kind of complicated juggling or double shell jumps or very advanced item handling is probably beyond me, but it's hard for me to say what is or isn't within my range until I actually see the levels, so feel free to dump something in. And yes, Humade, I always keep a permanent copy of the VODs under Twitch highlights. The VOD of the stream generally is also available for 2 weeks, but I do keep a permanent copy and I label it with the date that I've been running viewer levels. So if you look at my recent videos and broadcasts on my Twitch channel, I will kind of save a copy of this one by tomorrow. And so, specifically because people do playtest pretty heavily here sometimes, and if you need to look things over to debug, I want you to be able to do that. Thank you so much for the follows. We will not be opening queue for too much longer, but for people who are new here, I always try to make sure I play through the whole list of people who got in. so long as you are able to stay. So we'll be closing up probably after the next level or two, and then we'll just play through the rest of the list, and that'll be our day. So Nemesis will definitely stay open for you to put in a code. Anyway, Squink, if you are still present, we will put you in just a moment. I think Squink is still here. I'll punch in the code while I wait for confirmation. But understandable when I do something long if people have to dip out or go AFK or something. Yeah, we'll give Squink a moment to check in. If he's AFK, we'll switch the order around a little bit and go to Flame 69 first. We did chat recently. So, yeah, there's a team music. I mean, this is also just a 7.8. We can probably just run it. It's not one of the really shell jumpy ones, perhaps. I assume Squink just had to step out or AFK or something for a moment. So we'll probably just pick up an easy one here and do it, and then we'll go on to Flames level after that. So yeah, like I said, depending on how we're doing on time, we'll just do a few more before we close submissions. Let's do Sky Chase Zone first, and listen to some music. Hopefully audio is fine. And then we'll go Flame, Mummin, B9, and Nemesis, and we'll make some kind of judgment about closure along the way. If Nemesis sent me a harder one, it makes sense to maybe do that as one of the last so we can really take our time to work on it. Kind of a jam here as always. We see a huge variety of difficulty spreads when... Oh, shouldn't jump out of the cloud. On Squink submissions, but they're always what a pleasure to listen to. Oh, and Document, if you're still here, we actually did manage to get through all of Super Discord World 2 yesterday, including a level of yours in World 9 that I actually hadn't played before. Because I still had to catch up with some of your early output from 2019. Whoops. So yeah, we did get to that near the end of a very, very long stream. And yeah, it was definitely long enough that there were some moments of inattention in there, but that happens. But by the time we got to the bonus world, I think we'd hit the second window already, so... Okay. Yeah, and thanks everyone for waiting so patiently. I used to submit to a good number of streams back when I was still making a bit more actively, and so I do try to keep our queuing policies as maker-friendly as possible. Although it sometimes leads to some very long waits. Anyway, you're welcome. Unless it stands for, you know, Yoshi's Woolly or something. No, you're welcome. And we like it, so let's keep going. Document, we're going to ask if I've actually played all of your levels. In Maker 2, no, I have not played a lot of the 2019 ones early on, in fact. I've played, I think, most of the ones since or YMM or thereabouts, but some of the ones preceding that I had not gotten to yet, so... And yeah, I know we're running a little bit late for you. But Document, at some point I do want to do a big catch-up of a lot of people as well, and so we'll try to, you know, do a bit of a focused effort at some point so I'm not leaving you to the last minute before the servers close in a few years like we did with Maker 1. But yeah, if you ever, have time to stay and you want to dump your maker code in, there is definitely content from you that we have not seen yet. Anyway, let's punch this in. High in the sky. Let's let the thumbnail load here. Okay. Looks like we need to jump around quite a few blades here and probably exercise some NSMBU technique along the way, so let's see it. And there's going to be some wall jumping here and there, and we'll just kind of mind ourselves around some of these platforms. Wow, I'm amazed I made that jump. Okay. Hug the right side wall, and that's going to be checkpoint. A few close shaves here that I really didn't expect to make, but... actually pretty readable throughout. Whoops. That's unfortunate. Good luck, it's a very long level, yeah. Okay, I'm continuing to go left. I always sometimes, respawn at checkpoint and have to take a moment to realize which way was I going. But I guess this is the way. I mean, you only have so many course parts to work with, right? Eventually you will hit 100 grinders or whatever, and we'll know that we're... Okay, let's watch our wall jump position a little bit better here. Yeah, one-shotting away to checkpoint 1, though. That was more successful than I thought we would be, given some of the very tight situations I got myself into. Yeah, we're not really following all the markers literally because I don't really tend to play that way, but I suppose some of the twirls actually do help here. We probably should have maintained momentum coming into this bit, but we will have a little bit of stop and go and we can still make it. And even correct for moments like this as long as we don't mess up like that. And Nemesis, do you need to replace? That's fine. Maybe you're just seeing my skill level here and thinking, oh, on second thought, let's not give him the super hard one. But I will leave the choices up to you. Okay, let's come up here. Yeah, and you can really get a good bit of momentum here. I need to not just jump into that. That's been the same spot twice now.
Oh, no.
And yeah, you're saying that wasn't the reason? That's fine. I don't need to know the reason. Although you're saying you bumped yourself up a spot, I see. Okay, let's do the double twirl here. That's... yeah, if you're just kind of playing on instinct and trying to do this quickly, I guess the markings actually do help quite a bit. You're going at full speed. You think I'm doing better than 85% of the streamers? That's interesting, because I think it's actually mostly pretty experienced players left in the Maker 2 scene at this point. Although I think some of the people who have been doing this a long time quit doing viewer levels quite a while ago, because, once you build up enough of a community, a lot of them really just don't want to do that anymore for whatever reason. I find that I'm still pretty content to do viewer levels at a fairly regular clip. Not every stream, but, you know, once a week or so, just because we still get good quality content much of the time. But it's not the case for some streamers who built their brand around, you know, frustration or something. We should probably spin off of that one, actually, just to push ourselves all the way over with that ceiling height. And yeah, Nemesis, it's nice to know that you've found yourself in a situation where you're able to wait. It can take a while sometimes, depending on which levels are ahead of you. Let's find our feet here. Okay, let's get over to this location and then... Yeah, I actually don't have a good sense of who is still doing a lot of open viewer queues nowadays because... Whoops. Because I haven't been making that actively myself, which means I haven't been camping out in queues and submitting for quite some time now. But let's get back here. Yeah, I'm generally not very good at reading markers precisely, but we can generally kind of just go with the obstacles in the level and try to execute. I didn't used to have a problem in that location. I don't know why that's been failing all of a sudden, but let's not choke too much there. Okay, let's go over here and then... Yeah, the readability is pretty good on this, actually, I would say. I'm always worried about there being too many markers. I see, yeah, we've been kind of overshooting one of the one-way panels and falling from there. We were doing fine previously before we ran into that issue. I've been twirling too much there, in fact. We should just try to keep steady and go point to point in those staggered platforms. It's a nice obstacle, actually, very unique in its own way. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that the streamer skill level, reviewer levels would have gone down. I would have thought that a lot of more casual players had left, with much of Maker 2 having kind of contracted a bit. But I guess a lot of the, you know, people who used to play tons and tons of viewer levels just kind of burnt out or something. But because to be fair, a lot of the bigger streamers in particular would get pretty bad cues sometimes, right? Like they'd get content from people explicitly trying to waste your time. We need to be careful on this wall here. We've been jumping too much and tapping impulsively. That's been actually one of the more difficult walls in a very subtle way. It doesn't look any trickier than anything in this level, but you know, that spot can actually really fake you out because of the low ceiling. But yeah, this little helical sequence here is a pretty neat idea, and I mean, everything in this level kind of looks like it's kind of dangling in space a bit, but at least it's clear to navigate. And yeah, B9, I get asked a lot if I work in radio or something. I actually don't, but enough people mention it to me that maybe I really should look into it, and perhaps I'm missing some serious opportunity here. Okay, we need to be careful here. I was trying to twirl and I had hit the wall too soon. So I think this is a very manageable level. We have just made a lot of mistakes. But there are mistakes that I know I can correct. I'm not intimidated by any kind of skill check here. Yeah, we don't want to twirl in this segment because it throws off our height and trajectory too much. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's suggesting the twirl to make it over, and I think that's something we should take seriously. Let's do a single spin over there, and then that gets us over. Okay, finally got it over here. Now let's hug the wall on the left and do like a really short spin over this way. Now here, this is going to be more time sensitive going down. We'll watch our height. I don't know from our current camera positioning where the next platform will be. We'll just need to wing it. And that's winging it a little too far, but it's actually otherwise, I think, a pretty manageable sequence there too. We just needed to see where everything was for the first time. Yeah, we just need to be careful not to accidentally do too many button presses off walls. I think that's caught me a few times. Okay, up we go. Okay, let's get over here and try to get that twirl through that gap. And yeah, we just lean into this wall and we're fine. And spin once, then hug, and then spin. We just take this very, very patiently here, and we're generally going to be okay. Oh, twirl was a bit too much there. Document, not necessarily radio, but you think I have a voice for general voice work? I mean, I can just do my own voice. I'm not, you know, Duffy or somebody who can voice every character in all of the lecture videos and so forth. You don't suggest dying media, though, yeah. I mean, there's so much of my recorded voice at this point entirely due to Mario Maker and my keeping VODs and such that you could probably get a reasonable AI model out of it. If you know, ever want to put together a fake clip of me praising super precision garbage or something like that. With all respect to people who actually make decent precision. Oops. Anyway. I was actually just saying to somebody the other day that the biggest, well, not the biggest, but one of the kind of real culture shocks to me in some ways is that podcasts are such an incredibly popular format, and that some people, you know, like really sort of orient their lives around subscribing to and listening to podcasts because their work or their commute or whatever is a good fit for that. Because I find that anytime I'm in some kind of situation where I can handle multitasking with background audio, I'm almost certainly going to be using that to absorb or study music, and listening to people talk is not really what I'm going to do, unless I'm hanging out on Twitch, of course, and have something visual to go with that. Because I really have like no interaction whatsoever with podcasts as a format. And so, it's always a bit of a surprise to me to realize just how big it is. Really. Okay, once again, we're kind of twirling at a poor timing here when we're already hitting a wall, hence the accidental spin. If I wanted to use an AI model to do voice work that gets billed to me, I guess so. You want me to endorse this message? Whoops. Yeah, once again, I'm trying to twirl over this mic, and we shouldn't do that. We are way too tight against a wall to be bothering with that. And so we've lost a bit of progress here. We were doing well. I was warned this was a long level. We've only hit checkpoint 1 so far. Perhaps there will be a checkpoint 2, and that's okay. That was almost a late twirl. But No twirling here. That's the rule. Okay, and then let's reorient a bit just to straighten out. No, yeah, once again, poor twirl timing. Getting me the spin when I don't want it. Really depends on what you're doing with the time when you're listening to something. Yeah, exactly. I can totally see that for some kinds of work that, you know, people need a bit of conversation as stimulation or something. Or that when people are feeling particularly time crunched, that's just how they get their current affairs or how to keep up with their field. But I find in general it's not really the format that I want to use for information, though. I actually, when I was younger, listened to a lot of Golden Age radio plays from the 30s to the 50s. I didn't really kind of realize how old they were at the time, in fact.
Oh, no.
But I'd pretty much fall asleep to old radio shows back when I was a kid, you know, because it was just the thing that was available when I had an alarm clock with a radio in my room. And so if anybody thinks I have a radio voice or something, that's probably where it comes from, just absorbing tons of Orson Welles when I was 8 or 9 years old. Okay, let's spin here. Correct. Hold. Spin. No, too much. A little too much. Argument, you used to do lots of artistic work where it was easy to listen to people talking, and you loved podcasts. When you need to write something verbatim, you really don't want to hear conversation. Yeah, that's understandable. Because, you know, it would sort of interfere with your verbal faculties. And like, if it's not interfering with the part of your brain that you're tapping into with your eyes and your hands, right, then I can totally see how that might actually kind of help a certain amount of focus and concentration to keep you at your desk. Like I said, the thing with me is that, you know, anytime I find myself in that kind of situation, I'm likelier to listen to music than to people talking, so. Okay. Alright, let's get back here. Oh, nope.
Oh, no.
Too short to jump over there. Otherwise, we were doing absolutely fine up to that point. Just so people in the queue know, I will likely close up after we clear this level. If we are taking really long, maybe even earlier than that. So this is last call for anybody who wants to get in but isn't already. Like I said, for anybody new, my policy is I will play through everything that's currently in the queue,
Oh, no.
even after I close up. So it is worth staying if you're able to. We typically close up quite early and stay on long afterwards to get the levels played. In the last year or two, Mario Maker 2 queues have understandably thinned out a little bit, so I, tend to close a bit later, but... Whoop.
Oh, no.
Thrown off my usual pattern there because we overshot into the left side wall. That was recoverable, we just weren't really prepared. Yeah, not going to twirl there at all, actually. That's been getting me into too much trouble in that location, so we just shouldn't do it. We should do it here, though, to sort of get the initial landing in the right spot, because we've been slipping a bit. Up we go. Yeah, and we just kind of need to do a nice jump over there with no twirling so we don't get into spin wall jump issues like we saw earlier. One spin here on the way over gets us to the perfect height. And we're getting a decent sense of flow here nowadays. As we make this element here, which does seem to require Twirl to get over. Lean it over this way, hug the wall, spin over, and then let's do this segment correctly this time. Can't really see my height here. That's my concern with that segment there, is that, you know, you kind of see some blades appear out of nowhere above your head. I mean, I obviously did that safely, so it's not too much of an issue, but oh. Yeah, I was hoping to kind of drop off against that wall. Yeah, we actually need to hit the ceiling there. I think the marker actually is pretty clear about that. In terms of readability, so. Do I think I'd consider Mario World ROM hacks in the future? Yes, absolutely. Actually, Kavik was just mentioning to me this new puzzle hack that had come out. A Reverie that he was really curious about seeing at some point here. Document, I know you've been contributing to a couple of hack anthologies or hacks in general yourself. I seem to recall seeing you in some kind of big collab trailer. I was totally set up to get into streaming ROM hacks right before the 3.0 Super World and Koopaling patch dropped in this game. Back in 2020 when I was first starting out, actually. Before I was really kind of this focused on Maker as a streamer, and when it was kind of unclear what the identity of the stream would be, right? And then we just ended up doing tons of Maker instead. Oops. But yeah, I sometimes have a couple of technical problems streaming off my current computer because it's not... I mean, I'm kind of straining it as it is just to stream in, you know, fairly low quality. And I know ROM hacks aren't really that performance intensive, but I may want to get a new setup together before I do more serious streaming off PC, which I would like to do because I do love playing PC strategy games and the like as well. So. And there are a couple of things that I've been, you know, saving on emulator for a rainy day. You contributed to one, but it went pretty well. We like it here. Okay. And yeah, real life time, of course. Major constraint. Oh, let's not overshoot here. Yeah, you know, people talk about burnout when it comes to making, but I think in some ways that understates the extent to which a lot of people who really do kind of want to continue to keep up with things like a maker scene just age out of that against their will when more responsibilities pile up on them, right? Where it's not even a loss of interest, it's more that they literally can't do it. And that's kind of like me with making side as well. I mean, you know, in some ways it feels lazier to just stream the game and only play levels all the time, but it's more that the kind of time commitment and focus it takes to really make something up to standard is much more difficult to put together nowadays. And so it's always kind of unfortunate to, you know, see that some people wipe out of games like Mario Maker against their will. It's not even because they're bored or sick of it or sick of Nintendo deleting their stuff, even though that's understandable too. But more that, you know, it's a lifestyle in some ways, and lifestyles only go so far. Yeah, we need to not hug the one-way panel so much so we get a little bit more momentum on the sweep to the right side. That's been a problem I've been running into in that location. Okay, let's sweep down here. No, we're leaving that too late. Yeah, you're not giving up, you're just prioritizing things where you need to. That's understandable. Exactly. And I think sometimes, you know, it's one of those situations, too, where I think in general, people who really take things like Mario Maker seriously are interested enough in level design that other games are out there calling for your attention, too, right? Just from the perspective of being interested in level design, and that occasionally you do kind of need to take some time away to get a fresh perspective on what other games are doing with the mechanics and level structure and so forth. Including ROM hack scenes, by the way. As well as new professionally developed titles. Well, that's the thing, you know, the more invested you are in something like Mario Maker, the more invested you're also likely to be in other content that's coming out. And totally oversaturating the market. Commanding too much of your attention. Again, leaving that jump a little late. The one-way panels really kind of throw off my timing sometimes, but that's okay. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you know, I occasionally feel like I need a break from Mario as well, and I had been off of this for a few weeks too to play Paper Mario. But whenever I come back, it always feels pretty fresh. Like, I still fundamentally enjoy Mario Maker. Probably a lot more than some more jaded people do, in fact. How did Mario Maker start for me? For me, I was in on Mario Maker 1 on day one. I pre-ordered that thing on my Wii U and got it with the 8-bit amiibo, the classic color. I never really got into Lunar Magic or the ROM hack scene before that. That was something that I was always aware existed, but I didn't play with it. Part of it for me was that Mario Maker, you know, the tool set itself and messing around in the editor, particularly in Maker 1, kind of just felt like a video game in its own right? Where you know, you build and you test, you build and you test, and it actually feels like a game to do so because the interface was so friendly and so much like Mario Paint, for that matter, explicitly. Oh, no. Yeah, okay, this is the problem here, is that we're supposed to kind of stay centered here to land on that platform, and we're not doing it, because visually one-way panels trick me all the time. I actually didn't wind up building that much of note in Maker 1, because I got distracted by some other things before I got a chance to really see the level of advancement in the community that was forming at the time. So the community side of Mario Maker was something that I came to quite late. I'd say right near the end of the life of Maker 1 before the transition to Maker 2. Right before Maker 2 was announced, in fact. That's when I kind of got caught up on what had happened with the tech in the intervening years, and, you know, watched every video on Siev's YouTube channel and started watching Orator every night and kind of got into that. That was kind of early 2019 when I sort of got back into Maker 1 and started to experience Mario Maker properly in some ways. And so I kind of had multiple origin points with the game, I think. Because a lot of people were excited for the original release in 2015, and a lot of people were in my situation where they just fell off of it for whatever reason without really fully understanding what they could do with the toolset. But I didn't start streaming until Maker 2, though, and until about a year into Maker 2. But okay, here we go. But I found that I was doing so much playtesting for people where I was giving verbal feedback anyway that, you know, it might as well cut the middleman and record some video footage. And sorry, I'm a little behind in messages simply because I've been twirling all over the place. Mario Maker for you, Nemesis started as a way to torture siblings. Yeah. That's kind of interesting, like, you know, what kind of attitude people bring into the game with them in terms of what they're trying to achieve. Are they trying to make someone laugh, trying to make them cry? And yeah, it's been really kind of interesting to follow the changing social dynamics of who gets involved in Mario Maker over the years.
Oh no!
We don't need to spin off of that necessarily. In fact, it's kind of killing my second wall jump there. But maybe we shouldn't do that as a spin. And there we go. And yeah, Donkeyman, I think it's kind of interesting to see how
Oh,
playing certain makers kind of lets you attune yourself to the design language of their style, right? Like, if I'm playing a Mang level, for instance, I know that I'm always kind of thinking about momentum and about how to trick out what's going on with speed and trying to build up speed with side bounces and dash panels and everything all over the place. I always said that the biggest difference when going between Nintendo levels and community-created levels psychologically is that with Nintendo you have a certain measure of trust going in terms of
oh no!
being able to look at something and understand, okay, no, Nintendo wouldn't do that to me because it's not like Nintendo. Unless it's the on-off way cool track level in Super Mario World where they were really just kind of trying to figure out how to do that on the fly, but not that successfully.
Oh no!
But yeah, like with Nintendo, you have this kind of implicit social contract between the player and the creator where, you know, you kind of understand when something is unlikely to be the solution because it's un-Nintendo, right? No pun intended. And that, in a counterintuitive way, that's actually how people engage with troll levels as well. You would think that troll levels are all about like violating expectations and rules and such, but no, it's developed to the point where, for example, I'm testing Humade's troll level earlier, and I'm basically kind of thinking, okay, this is a troll level. We are going to look out for our anti-soft locks and checkpoint resets off the pipes, and we're going to look out for hidden flagpole somewhere. You know, we gotta go in with expectations that have been set at that point. And whoops.
Oh no!
And you have to kind of wonder, you know, at what level of experience or familiarity does that kind of thinking begin to set in with a particular creator or even an entire style? Where you kind of have this game of figuring out, okay, would this creator do that to me? Yeah, or how would they do that? And yeah, I do find that from a design perspective to be absolutely fascinating when it comes to community content, and thinking about that stuff is a big part of the reason I'm still
Oh no!
sort of in this scene. With puzzle levels especially too, yeah. It's kind of funny because, you know, if you look at some of Nintendo's own official content with Maker, they had things like the, you know, Mario versus Yamamura levels in Maker 1, where they were also consciously trying to imitate the aesthetics and mechanics of a garbage level as a bit of a teaching tool, right? And that, you know, we can laugh at that in ways because a lot of people do fall into the same beginner pitfalls. We need to stop spinning there as each other. We need to stop doing the spin there. It's killing the second wall jump. And I know that. that, you know, not only is there something sort of recognizable as, I don't know, Little Timmy or whatever, but that it's interesting to see that people who do what we might consider garbage design or whatever from a lack of experience or from just kind of impulsiveness about what they think would be mean or cool or whatever actually looks very similar to what other people with the same mindset are doing. That, you know, for some reason there's this kind of shared language there as well. Okay, good. It's a bit of a slip and twirl. I was kind of concerned about that one. Yeah, again, headroom here is a little bit tricky to read, but we'll get out of here, and then that's a yay. 1-ups for Endless. Like I said, we will close Q at the end of this one as soon as we grab the flagpole.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
And thank you for that level. Yeah, very visually kind of Spartan, but from a level design perspective, that was actually very readable, I found. Like I said, occasionally I was worried about the headroom of going up and having grinders surprise me from above, but I say that while at the same time I wasn't actually running into that as a problem, right? So the readability might even there be better than I give it credit for, so I enjoyed that a lot. Yeah, the Beshad Visitor, we talked about this quite a lot when we were playing Wonder on stream last year, that the kind of mix and match between elements and the interaction between elements independent of the player seemed to be a very big part of Wonder in a way that was much more pronounced than in previous Mario games. Like, that to me is the maker flavor in Wonder. Not just that you're mixing and matching or occasionally daring to put in one-tile spikes, which are just the ugliest thing. But that Nintendo was thinking about, you know, a system of interactions that can just kind of happen organically on its own when you mix and match different pieces or different kinds of triggers. Like, that to me is where the maker flavor in Wonder comes from. We will load up the next level and we will close queue. Thank you for staying, all those who have been able to. I will check for Mamin first of all. I think they might have been gone for a while. I haven't seen them speak up in quite some time. But Beeline, of course, is here, so we will likely just remove Mamin here and punch in the rest. Oh, actually, Document, technically you're entitled to a subskip, rather, Document, if you'd like to see one of yours first. Like if you need to go urgently or something. Yeah, technically you're entitled to pulling rank as a subscriber. So let me know if you'd like to do that. If not, we'll just do Beeline first. And then we'll close up. And thank you, to Rashad Visit. Document, you don't need to do anything other than just tell me you want to skip, because you're a subscriber. We'll just put in sub next. I don't do that often nowadays because, you know, we don't actually have that many active subs among makers anymore. So yeah. So yeah, Beeline, B9 rather, B9. Hopefully you don't mind too much that we are letting our longtime subscriber pull rank, because he does need to go to bed at some point. And we will load up the level and close up from there. And yeah, we will play everybody who's able to stay, so. Document, let's see what we have. If you'd like me to go old or go new. There might be some... Oh yeah, we played the earlier version of Behind Bars when it was originally submitted for Tower Escape, so... And it's quite long, so maybe not that one today. Although I loved the Yoshi trick in that one at the end. I think we had played alternate or earlier versions of some of these, but in case we hadn't, so we can play one of these ones, unless you want me to go way back. We had missed these ones somehow. as well as some of the ones that got deleted. I remember from around this period in 2021, where I know I failed to catch up on a few that got nuked. Keep going, okay. And then, yeah, we got Skyfire Road, Prehistoric Leapfrog, Mercury Sucks. Yeah, some of them I feel like I'd played earlier revisions of, and then... yeah, down here we have a little bit of sparsity. And yeah, a lot of the 2019 ones we have not played, so... so, yeah, you've seen at this point which ones we were missing. While you are deciding, and let me know if I need to scroll up or down again, I will make sure the stream is correctly advertised as closed. Meatball Mineshaft, okay. Okay, Luca sniping a lot of these old records. Like Luca was also doing on Mang's account, I think. On Mang's profile, rather. So yeah, we will, first of all, make sure the bot is displaying accurately, and then we will play through everybody who is still in. All question blocks contain big spike balls. Possibly even meatballs. Anything? Yep. And then, oh yeah, that's going to go down and hit. We'll just need to spin on top of that. Then we just bounce. Oh no, we needed to spin on it. Of course. So that was actually obvious, but we'll die to it anyway. Apparently this level got played while the GDQ folks were warming up, and Barb decided he likes your levels. Oh, interesting. You mean a couple GDQs ago, or like back in 2020, or... oh, once again, that's okay, we can land on that ledge. We were able to salvage that. We could have done it last time too. Whoops, we had room for an extra landing there. Many GDQs ago, yeah. Yeah, it seems like a lot of the kind of maker GDQ and intersection has thinned out to a lot of the troll regulars. I know that Carl and Jesscook and Marble still had some kind of troll event in this year's, which I haven't caught up on yet. But and I know Barb was there to commentate Grand Poo World 3. You named them meatballs from a Waryutsu level. I think I know which one you mean, in fact. Now that you've jogged my memory for that. This reminds me of a Duffin level whose name escapes me as well. That's also like a big spike ball spin jump descent. Would have been something I played quite a long time ago though, so I can't really remember accurately. Yeah, Koopa has to hit this. When it bounces back, it's going to spawn, so we'll get the spin on it immediately. Proud of myself for reading that. And we'll wrap around this way on this one. I have to mind the camera a little bit here, but... no, needed to go for a spin. We knew that, and we didn't do it. It was one of those situations where as soon as I made the jump, I knew I had done the wrong thing. Okay, let's get over here. Whoops. Okay, let's head down this way. We've read a good chunk of the level at this point. We just need to literally keep our eye on the ball. And got a decent amount of height on the wraparound over here so we don't miss the donut block. Land on this accurately. It's a nice timing on that jump actually in terms of being able to get on the spike ball in good time. Still on the same platform? I thought so. Great, just enough height over the spike stair. Whoa, nope, too much height. Because the platform was still going and it was picking up that little acceleration as it fell off the track. Yeah, it seems like this is covering most of the available vertical subworld space at this point. Difficult for me to eyeball that estimate, but it does seem to be the case. There's about a 0.92. I assume that's partly just because of the popularity of the level, because actually it feels pretty relaxed so far. Of course, we haven't seen all of it yet. Whoops. It's sort of interesting that, certainly, I know that in my case, I've seen a lot of the clear rates on my 2019 levels shortly after the launch of the game creep up noticeably over time as the remaining player base has become more experienced. Okay. Let's tap this and go. And keep going and land that accurately if we can. Wrap around. Then around here, and yeah, we do need to keep pace with this platform as much as we can, so we catch it before it drops off the track here. We are just a little bit late. I knew that was in the interaction, we just didn't have the right timing. Underrated Kaizo design aspect spots to pause. Yeah, very much so. Eases a lot of readability as well. You can kind of process the next move, especially if it's something where you're kind of mentally predicting a series of events that's going to happen. And not just trying to read everything jump by jump, but, you know, actually thinking about a level as a system. Anyway, down we go. And over. I know, it took way too long on this one. We need to get off quickly. And yeah, to Bishad Visser, looking forward to whatever you replace there. I still owe you a co-op showcase at some point. I'm well aware of that. Okay. Let's pop this. And down here. And yeah, we need to think about the pacing of this platform relative to the spike ball. Let's get off quickly. And get on this before it falls off. There we go. And then right away. There we go. Just needed to give it enough room on the left side to not get smacked by it. This is going to activate. And then we'll get up here. Nice high bounces. Let that hit. Yeah, I actually loved how much time we have in some ways to kind of process the interactions. No, we needed to kill this so it would not SD lock me here. Someone sound a Kavik alarm. You're trying to build levels so you can stop and analyze the spots, but you can also keep rolling if you knew what was coming. Yeah, yeah. Because the thing is, you know, if you're just in kind of a holding pattern where you're staying on the ball and rolling for a bit, or playing a part of the level that kind of explains itself, then you do get a chance to look ahead, right? Like right here, for instance, you've got lots of breathing room. Which totally didn't help me with this guy here. Despite the down arrow telling me what to do. The ice block is a nice little marker here, we just totally didn't comply with it. In spite of seeing the one-way panel looming. I thought I'd have a little more headroom than I did. Okay. Lots of back and forth possible here. Let's bump this. No, we won't have time for the second bounce because we'd be outpaced by the ball. We just need to go slightly later. For sure. Yeah, Nemesis, we played everything by Document in Maker 1, and as you could see earlier, a good chunk of his output in Maker 2. And if this style appeals to you visually, I do assure you that it feels just as good to play as it looks. Okay. And look at that beautiful sequence here. Except we needed to go back and spin. We knew that, but it took me a moment to process that while also processing what was going on with the claw on the right side, which will no doubt catch the spike ball as it successfully rolled over to that location. I was looking for a moment to kind of convert to a spin jump, and we had one, we just were a bit late in reading that. Oops. Document, we were actually just, I think, recently talking about the level that you had that was kind of the puzzle platformer about, you know, when you can safely traverse over thwomps overlapping with semi-solids. The name escapes me at the moment, because I saw someone else use that mechanic in one of the submissions that came up last week. I think it was the only level I'd seen that had also used that. And so we were talking a bit about the way yours played, which was quite different because it was like a completely different pace. It might have actually been a troll or something that I recognized and understood because I'd seen that before in your platforming context. Okay, let's get over here and pop this. And yeah, turn him over, flip, 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 and spin, 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 until this gets caught in the claw. Then we go over to the left, we bounce so we can get out of there safely once we lower it, and then we probably jump back to the right and then spin on top of it, I think. Okay, missed a jump. That was correct, we just missed a jump. Okay, let's snipe this one ahead. And pop this one over here. then we'll hit, hit, hit. Yeah, we just need to not miss to jump on the way back this time. And then we'll get the spin. It's going to open this up. Oh, we're a little bit late. Yeah, puzzle forming is the best, it really is. I find that it's always kind of like the perfect sort of bucket of difficulty for me too, is when done right. And where you kind of have to use your head and you can't go on autopilot, but at the same time you just have enough breathing room to do that. Without worrying too much about the execution. You know, where you solve execution problems by thinking your way through them and making life easier for yourself. It's the balance that I find very satisfying as a player. I mean, in general, as you know, my opinion is that a lot of Maker 2 platforming, community-wise, had really kind of gone too hard in favor of overdoing the guidance. And it's kind of nice when you know, actually do have to solve the level while playing it. Oh, nope. Didn't realize I would spill ahead of the skull platform that much. I wasn't watching how the skull platform was dropping off in that location, though. I only kind of noticed that after I was already dead. Because with the overlap down below, I wasn't watching it at the time. Okay, let's drop this over here. Then same over here. Yeah, the pacing of these Goombas seems very kind of precisely tuned as well, like in terms of how you space them. Like, imagine that would have taken a little bit of tuning to make comfortable, since I did recognize that it was sort of unevenly spaced in such a way that there was some kind of timing reason to set it up that way. And something smooth enough that I didn't really have to think about it too much as the player. That's going to be Spike Ball, and then it's just going to drop to Stumps. Interesting. That's a nice little third act twist on that. This is going to hit. We go. And then we came in a little bit low. I did spin jump towards it, we just came in low. Yeah, you played a heck out of your own levels. Oh, I can tell. Just make sure things are comfortable. I think sometimes, you know, it's very easy to, as a maker, have blind spots too for how you yourself as a player might have mechanical habits that you don't realize are habits, right? Like even just how you hold buttons into a grab or a jump or something. And requires a lot of self-testing to really kind of pick up on how other people's habits can differ and start to anticipate the margin of error that you need. Okay, yeah, I keep forgetting about this one-way panel on the left here. We just keep thinking about the swamp activation and trying to go for the spike ball rather than hanging back to the right and letting it run. Even after all this time, the one-way panel visual design has a way of making me second-guess myself sometimes. And, whoop. Yeah, back to the right. Up to the POW. And spinning too early. I didn't think about how we would still be safe on the stumps. We're so used to spinning over to everything at this point that, you know, just landing on the stumps and holding seems almost counterintuitive. Yeah, no, we just land on it. Back to the right. Pow over here, and then land, and then go. Nice little time constraint on that saw that is up top, that grinder that was coming down towards us. No, spin jump. Very nice setup, but once again, I think the sort of swap over to the stumps again just cognitively sort of threw me out of spin jump mode, and it's a dangerous situation to be in when spike balls are flying about. Whoops. Alright, let's toss this. And down here. Jump to the right, so we just need to keep steady here when judging what kind of jump we need next. Land. Hopefully we're keeping pace. Spin jump. No, we need to actually land on those, of course. It'll be sustaining ourselves on all of them in time to land on the spike ball to the left once it becomes available on the left-hand column. Down we go. Then almost got hit on the head by that one again. Almost went too early there too. So let's not get thrown off by the easy stuff. Okay. Nope. Just a little bit slow getting out of the way this time. We were basically inviting that mistake after several close calls. Up here and let's go. Yeah, lower this and we need to remember to get out after hitting this. Wait and go. Wrap around, and then spin next. That's a huge scattering effect in that location. Whoops, nope, too early. We need to get a little bit more height in the cannonball so we can buy more time. When I get to the end, there's a secret ending. Yeah, we'll keep our eyes open for something like that. Oops. Down we go. We should be pretty familiar with most of what we need to do at this point. Yeah, just a huge scattering effect on all the block destruction going on here. That felt pretty comfortable, actually. Yeah, with the coin trail and everything, I was impressed with the readability there, too, just given how much was going on the screen at the same time. There is a donut block here that normally says death trap in case you miss some kind of secret that you want to get. Oh, ignored donut. Yeah, it looks like it's probably a death trap if people want to repeat the secret, right? Or something like that, unless you want to come back in here or something. And oh, you know what? If we come back in here, then first of all, you get this. But secondly, I was thinking that we should come back here anyway, because when you hit the winged blocks, then they're going to reset to their spawn position since they've been activated. And that might get you something. Like this. Ignore the donut. Yeah, good advice there. Anyway, Red Yoshi wants to come out, so let's take him out. Yeah, no, imagine that, a useful donut block. Anyway, that's when Document. Thanks for suggesting this one from over 4 years ago. And yeah, I'm glad I've had a chance to show you what we've missed previously as well, in case we have some other ones to go through. I think some of them I might have played in a different version of some of them have been re-uploaded, but I can't remember which ones and which were or were not the case. But and thank you so much, B9, for waiting patiently behind the sub next over there. We will, of course, get to you right away now. And then play through everybody else on the list who is still present, which I think we'll have ample time to get through. I don't know if Vincent is still here, so it might just be Nemesis and Bashad or if Vincent just kind of dropped the code and ran. So we'll see. And yeah, Document, much appreciated to have you here for the company and conversation, and of course the level. As always, so you have a good night. Okay, B9, let me know if there is a specific suggestion, otherwise I will grab the most recent one. Beware of Chomp. Beware of Chomp 3 or Beware of Chomp 1? Beware of Chomp, okay. Let's do this. These chomps are a menace to society. And I guess something is about to get yeeted, so let's see the series in order. Well, we're not getting chomped yet, but I'm sure that'll happen in due course. Where does this door reset? We better find out. Is it just a reset? No, it's not. It's also an Apple reminder that we have a 7-coin collection, which may or may not be necessary. We'll assume it is, I suppose. Oh, checkpoint over there already. Interesting. Well, we might as well see what is beyond the rather obvious beware message if there is anything. Beware of the chomp. Okay, we can do that. And that's why. It's funny because we almost circumvented that completely. Just by checking this location first, instead of obeying arrows, which I only just realized were present. See, I'm so bad at following instructions that we don't get tricked out too much by things that require me to follow instructions. Yeah, I don't think we need a bullet for anything, so we'll just get over here and go. We have a bit of a chase. We'll just hold left and... Oh, jumped a little too early there. I think we actually had time if we just jumped right at the last moment. Yeah, that's going to hit the switch trigger. Don't think we saw a way to get around that, so just make sure we tap away over. There was some D-pad related advice in the course description. I actually didn't need to worry too much about that because I always play with a D-pad, and indeed on a controller that only has a D-pad. So we still slowed down a little bit too much there, though. I don't know that we have time to really let the icicles respawn before popping them yet again. I think we kind of need to. We need to get enough distance on Swamp. Chomp, rather, to do that. Too far away at that point. The problem was that we actually dropped one of the icicles, which required me to wait a little bit before being able to drop them both simultaneously. Oops. Yeah, I've only ever been able to play Mario with a D-pad. 2D Mario. There are some side-scrollers I played with a stick only if the movement was really kind of explicitly designed around it, or if there was no other option. I think Rare Era DKC is actually slightly better with a stick. Not Rare Era, sorry, Retro Era DKC is slightly better with a stick because a lot of the momentum-based play was built with that in mind. Some other games that come to mind, Ori and the Blind Forest and Will of the Wisps, those were designed around stick and pretty reasonable with that. Recent Rayman games as well. But for the most part, it's D-pad all the way for me. It kind of depends on what kind of movement you're tested on in a platformer. You know, sometimes I think stick is better for wanting a lot of instant back and forth aerial adjustments or a lot of momentum correction, but very difficult to give up the muscle memory and the directional precision that we get off a proper cross. This is going to be a bit close here. We will make it. Up around. Oh, wait. That was a little bit trickier. Nope, bad jump. I think we would have gotten caught without the jump there, though, so. Yeah, there are a few segments where we need to kind of wait a bit just because the icicles are inconvenient to us. Now let's just try to get out of there quickly enough with the quick tap. Oh, got stuck there on that jump. Yeah, that's the problem, is that when you're going down here, you just drop one icicle and waiting on a respawn really is the constraint in that location. Had a couple of close calls here. And tap. Yeah, because we kind of respawn one and drop one. So we have to respawn both, and then we're making decent time this time, I think. As long as we get in close enough. Oh. That burner is going to be a problem on a local timer anyway, so no matter what, you kind of wind up in a very similar position to what we were dealing with last time. Kind of have to snap up towards that, and then oh, nope, standing too close. Nope, we got stuck. Yeah, we needed to. Okay, I didn't realize that the chomp would just back off here. We should have just let the bomb do its job, because now we are just stuck. And unfortunately, we'll have to take to death. Beshad Visitor, I have kind of changed time zones a couple times even within the last year. Currently I'm more westerly than easterly. Which is why I stream even later than I used to, which was already pretty unreasonable for many purposes. But in many cases, I am, literally unable to play video games until the wee hours. Just, oh, I got stuck on the corner. I wonder if it's possible to create a situation where the chump just kind of jumps around and outpaces me, though. I think the level is well tested enough that's probably not the case. The passages are all quite narrow, but I'm definitely looking out for opportunities like that where, you know, here, for instance, this location, maybe there's a chance to sneak around and... I actually want to see if I can break it. We can totally break it. Oh, except it's going to double back, isn't it, at the end of this segment? At the end, like... Oh, yeah. Because we didn't release the donuts. Okay, well, we checked it. Although I guess the thing to do there then would be to reverse and then just let it outpace me on this other end again. So maybe we can totally break this. There is cheese, but cheese no fun. Yeah, I just want to test it out anyway. I'm not saying I'll play the level this way. But we did make it to the end previously anyway, so we might as well see it a different way just to try it out. Because yeah, it's going to reverse back, but then we can just reverse back here. Like if it's going to come back, yeah. And then we wrap around it again. Okay, and then now there's no pressure. I just wanted to see if it worked. We won't necessarily do it every time or anything. This is a bit risky to jump around a chomp anyway, and so it's likely to just lead to more deaths. I mean, it's not trivial to execute. Don't feel too bad about it. And we've seen the timing the exciting way already, so... We still need to make the jumps too without snapping everywhere. Whoops, there we go. And then we'll let the bomb do its job properly this time. You get a checkpoint. I mean, if you haven't obtained all the coins at this point, that's going to be a problem. Does this reverse at any point? Yeah, you do give the player ample room to just jump around and not get chased. Is it going to get enough height? No, it's just going to stay in the pit. So we do need to deal with it at some point. But maybe it'll die to the bomb. No, it won't. Oh, interesting. Interesting, the bomb was slowed like that. Yeah, no, because you're supposed to kick it. You're supposed to kick it as Mario, otherwise you do take the death here. The bomb would cut through the chomp if you kicked it, though, so... Nemesis, you're saying could have de-cheesed this if it was something that required a chomp. Like to hit a note block or something. That doesn't stop the chomp from just getting ahead of you, though, if it's still triggering that. Actually, what we saw in the previous zone where the chomp reverses on the donut blocks if you don't open the gate, like, that part actually worked as a check. It's just that, you know, doubling back a second time was something that wasn't prevented. So, for example, if you were in that kind of situation, but you had some kind of mandatory semi-solid or something to pass through where you couldn't reverse back, and the chomp would come back through the corridor and snipe you if you didn't get ahead of it to open a donut gate or something, that would also de-cheat it, I think. Where you're in a situation where, you know, once you're past this spot where you're able to jump around a chomp, it can reverse on you, and if it does reverse on you, then you aren't actually able to get out and hop over it a second time the way I was doing. So it does seem like these things can be circumvented. Because, you know, I was surprised that the chomp kind of reversed on me when I hadn't lowered the donuts, and I kind of liked that as a way of dealing with this. Killing the chomp here, of course, that was probably unintended behavior. The thing is, if you try to de-cheese by requiring a chomp and then you still have a situation where you can kill the chomp, then you just kind of lock the player belatedly, and I'm not sure that's much better. Oh, the chomp is supposed to drop fire on us here, isn't it? With like a note block hop in the middle. Or something. I feel like we did hit a lock here. No, you're not meant to be behind a chomp, you're meant to get ahead of it, and I'm sure that it's supposed to drop fire on you or something. I don't know how this side is supposed to open, though. Oh, because we killed the chomp. Yeah, if we don't kill the chomp, it's probably supposed to trigger something by this point. Thank you for the follow. I mean, you know, that's why we playtest, right? Just to see if we can break things creatively. Yeah, because if you're not ahead of the chomp, then you actually will kill it with the bomb pretty much every time, and that's probably something you're supposed to avoid then. Whoops. Yeah, because if the chomp gets ahead of you, then the bomb is going to kill it, since it requires a kick. So, you kind of have to play ball with the expectation that chomp is going to chase you, or things do break down. Nope, wrong way. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's okay. That's why we play test, and let's see if things break. That is not a safe place to stand. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, very clear from the kind of design language of the level that you are meant to stay ahead of the chomp. But it's still informative to see what happens if you don't play ball. Because I often won't. Okay, and then that's going to be death. Yeah, very useful SD lock spike over in the top right, of course, in the event that you do build a chomp and don't have a way to reset the checkpoint. I can see why that's there. Okay, now let's go. And then we'll need to do a better wrap around here to stay ahead. Oh, that icicle is going to be a problem. And yeah, that's an issue. Not much wiggle room there because we slowed down by just enough. That margin was a bit narrow. And yeah, again, I think we will have to stay ahead of the chomp to get the ice to melt properly. Maybe we can get behind it at that point after that spike ball, but we might not want to mess around with that too much. Oh, it doubled back. Did you see that? That, I feel like, was a problem out of my control. It doubled back by itself, and I don't know what we did differently to have that happen. So that's a potential issue that you might want to look into. I don't know what was different there that led that to occur the way it did. We clearly... oh, come on. Yeah, the chomp went back home, and I don't know what it was in that slope that sent it back. If it was just within the edge case bounds of chomp RNG or something, but no, I don't know what the interaction was that made it behave differently. It might matter if the bomb is maybe slightly out of position such that it doesn't destroy every block. Okay, let's just tap over. That'll be fine. Is it going to drop some fire on me? Oh, it's going to raise some... okay, I see, I see. We'll let it shoot. And then raise it up. In fact, just get up here and we'll get enough height going. Yeah, it's trapped there anyway, so we can just stand here. We don't need to dodge a thing. We'll let it open up an additional slot if possible, so I don't need to fit over a one-tile gap. Look at all those clown cars too, you know, just in case the Chomp misses one of them. It's gonna chase a mushroom into the pit. Okay. I suppose. So we need to hit the on-off there. This is kind of a nice little segment, actually. Yeah, not hard to get over the Chomp, but, you know, there's lots of room to make mistakes, obviously. And then the star is going to get you through this. He's not going to hold the key, though, so I won't be too concerned about that. And yeah, that's a little bit of lore for you. GG. And are we going to have a safety coin at this location? Yes, we are. For the top of the flag. Okay, thank you for that one, B9. Yeah, it does require a certain degree of, you know, voluntary cooperation from the player to not break stuff. But, you know, I can see how it was meant to be enjoyed the intended way, and I hope we showed that on properly. The kind of turnaround on a Chomp that seemed to be totally out of my control, that's a bug that might be worth looking into. I know this has been up for a month and has lots of plays on it, so maybe you're not doing anything with it at this point, but I'm perhaps it'll still be informative for future levels or playtesting. So, and I see this as an ongoing series too, so it'll be interesting to see this concept develop, and hopefully we'll see a few more episodes over more streams in the future. So thank you once again. Yeah, you de-cheese the other ones. Yeah, it's a learning experience, and I know you probably just want to leave the older one up at this point, so that's fine. Okay, Nemesis, thank you for waiting so long. Yeah, we'll have you here. Like I said, I think Vincent's almost certainly gone, so it'll be yours and Derbyshire Visitors, and that'll probably be it for today. You were telling me that you wanted to see if I could do something a little bit harder. I guess we'll find out. You only just uploaded Chomp 3 and it's still uncleared? Yeah. Hopefully you get something decent out of that. Pole Position Miami, a level originally made for Red Knight over the festive holidays. Have fun. I will say Red Knight is quite a bit better than I am at this game. I know that from experience. And the Beast currently with the record on this. Not touching that, I don't think. 3 clears so far. Let's see how we do. So we'll work on it for a bit. If it's outside my reach, then we'll at least try to progress. And okay, Yoshi, and then we'll just need to figure out how to head up here. Do we just need to get pushed back up? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. It's a teleportation level. Okay. I hope it doesn't get Nintendo. I mean, unless it's some kind of... Yeah, no, it looks like it's the glitch teleport mechanic, so hopefully it doesn't get Nintendo'd, and I really hope we get a chance to see a lot more of it then. Yeah, we do need to spawn Yoshi, actually. Jump on him here, and then probably use him to grab the shell and kick it left. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to report it, obviously. It's nice to see platformers and not just trolls use glitch mechanics, to be honest. It's too bad Nintendo stomps in it so heavily. I'm just thinking of the Samuel Portal level that also used this kind of trickery. That was in one of the GDQ sets about 2 years ago, I think, at this point. No, oh yeah, we're not supposed to go that way. Let's think about the design language that is properly so we can see where the teleportation chambers are going to be. If there's multiple that we're dealing with. Are we just supposed to get pushed here? No, no, no. Hang on. I have not been reading this properly. Let's go back and... Yeah, no, we hit the on-off switch and we go up top. Over to Goomba, obviously. We would have to drop Yoshi for that, unless we have enough time to get a jump with Yoshi off of a second Spiny. We'll figure that out as we go. Okay. We actually do need a timed toggle because of the second landing location that we are supposed to hit up top. I'm just reading it initially. Because it did occur to me that maybe we... Yeah, we jump off Yoshi, get onto Goomba, and then we need a timed hit to give us the blue platform. And then we spin off of that to the next Spiny that is going to be grounded after that point. Yeah, we need to read quickly, but it is a read that we can do. And then there's going to be a particular timing pattern as this shell continues to hit some blocks and double back to some switches. Yeah, we did kind of need to know in advance that that Spiny was coming, but we have seen it at this point, so we know to anticipate it in that location for a spin jump off of the blue blocks. I feel like ordinarily I wouldn't really have enough reaction time for the Spiny, but we know from having seen it that it is coming. So, let's see how we do. Yeah, that's supposed to be a series of spin jumps across this over to the platform. We'll need multiple spins, I think, nice and low. And leaning pretty far forward, I would imagine. And true to the description, by the way, this totally seems like the kind of thing that Red Knight would be into. Having seen him play and having seen some of the things he sent me to. I can totally see that it was catered for him. You had hoped it would have been seen better... Sorry, I can't read at the same time. Let me read your message about the Spiny after I take another death or something. Okay, missing that. You had hoped it would have been seen better that below there is a Spiny that drops down with the illusion of it wrapping. I see. Yeah, no, because my eyes are totally not on that at the time. That is meant to sort of emulate the screen wrap concept all the way through. At this point, you know, I haven't seen enough of the level to understand that the screen wrap is something that's going to consistently play throughout. I mean, I guess the first one here is a pretty clear signal, but I'm psychologically at this point not so much thinking about how the enemies are going to interact with that, right? I didn't even notice the gap, in fact, that was in that drop location and meant to simulate the screen wrap. Obviously, now that we've picked up on that, we'll be on the lookout for more of it as part of the central concept of the level, but a note to the right. We know it should have been to the right to give me an additional bounce up to the platform, and after the platform it will be a spin jump over to the Spiny, and now we do totally see the screen wrap in action as well with how that's going to go. And we just need a better spin off of this, obviously. Yeah, particularly if I don't manage to clear it or something, I need to make sure I make room to grab this offline in case Nintendo nukes it. Oh, whoops, we just straight up missed Yoshi that time. Okay. I would actually really like to... I mean, I know it's kind of difficult given my stream time, but I would like to set up some kind of, you know, coordinated upload showcase at some point for glitch platformer levels, because, you know, trolls are widely played, but I feel like other kinds of levels, particularly platforming levels that use glitch mechanics, are underplayed by their very nature, simply because it's hard for them to stay up on the servers. Bang, welcome. And we've had a couple of viewers send me levels strictly on a kind of coordinated upload basis before because of things like glitch mechanics, and I'd love to show up more of that stuff in video where it can be properly preserved. And okay. Yeah, really need to anticipate that. Wrong way. And then, yeah, onto the platform off the Koopa, and then spin jump down below. We know that. We know the sequence. We just aren't jumping very well today. Nope, too late. That's okay, we'll catch it. Yeah, I really need to anticipate that. Maybe not that much, though. That was way too much momentum. And yeah, too far forward. We've been trying to find a sweet spot here when it comes to timing, but haven't quite nailed it yet. Not very consistently, anyhow. Oh, oh, oh! Look at that. We got stuck in the same activation location, or maybe I just jumped up and activated the effect, but got caught by something there with a flash. No. Too little momentum. After massively overshooting on one of those other recent attempts. Beast got about a minute record on this one. I mean, it is auto-scroll, at least in this segment. So we know that time-wise there isn't going to be too much flexibility, so we'll probably have a somewhat realistic idea of how much platforming there will be. We're supposed to go down in that location. I kind of feel like we're supposed to drop through that. Maybe. I would try it. To see just how consistent this is going to be mechanically. For some reason, glitch broken tracks don't lift you if you're riding Yoshi. Yeah. I haven't really played with broken track as a maker, so I haven't really developed much of a systematic understanding of it that way. Unlike people who use it a lot for trolls and such. I find that I get by with a lot of things as a player just by, you know, having enough editor knowledge to work with. Which, not every streamer does. You know, some of them play a great deal but don't actually take much time to fool around with the interactions. And, you know, I feel like I'm kind of in that perspective as well, where I'm just going to be a mechanically ignorant player if it comes to some of the glitch mechanics like broken tracks. Like, not having seen them as a maker, you know, I have to just roll with the logic of the level and hope for the best. Oh, whoops, missed a spin. Okay, there we go. Yeah, if we're standing just a little bit further to the right, then having the jump activate as soon as the on-off switch is hit does look like it should be correct, but nope, hang on. Each time I teleport, I'm triggering a blue platform off screen up there, saying which provides the illusion of the platforms wrapping around. Yes. Proud of how clean you got that to work. Yeah, yeah. In some ways, you know, especially with the auto-scroll pressure, the delay in the time pressure to get to Yoshi is noticeable, but that's fine. It is very cleanly understandable as soon as you see it, which is important. And the sequence for what to do is also very understandable from that point. Whoops, missing the spin once again. We do need to keep her in two places at once. Okay. No, not enough momentum. We need much better bouncing on a moving shell. Just as a platforming fundamental, like not even in a way that's pertinent to the central mechanic here, but just as a matter of landing the jumps and rolling with the requisite speed. It'd be nice to get back to where we were progression-wise. Yeah, we'll work on it. I mean, everything here mechanically seems within my ability at this point. Once we, you know, actually do the initial read, we just need to get a bit further and see if things become even more complicated. Whoops. And yeah, we need to minor jumps here. Teleport, there we go. Good. And good. There's a coin up there that kind of implies that we were supposed to do maybe a shorter bounce on the first spiny and then catch the platform on the other side. I don't think we're supposed to drop through the bottom column like I was thinking earlier. Now that I look at this second time and inspect it properly. We shouldn't rule out a possibility, but I think the screen wrap there is for the object, not for me, but I haven't taken a good enough look at that screen to really rule on that definitively either way just yet, so we'll... Oops. Totally miss. Yeah, let's grab this. And yeah, I keep getting trapped in that column just on that corner there. Let's watch out for that. Whoops. Anyway, we'll keep going. Nope. Too much of a jump there. Yeah, we just need to sort out a lot of the consistency here so we can get back to where we want to be. Nope. I need to not jump like that with the shot. I was actually standing a little too close to the left, I think, and just missing just due to the height of the spit. Well, let's watch out for that. Yeah, I'm thinking that, no, there's a saw blade down below at the bottom of that column, so that's definitely not for me to traverse on the way down. That's definitely for the shell. So we will need to just bounce lower on the upper spinies that we see so we can catch up to the platform as soon as we can with a bit of a shallow angle. And so we'll try to make that happen. Yeah, backing up a little too much to try to time that jump. We really just need to fix that. And find a consistent launch point for that. We just haven't been consistent about this. It's been difficult to replicate this accurately between attempts. As I often say, I find that sometimes the really skilled players, that's what separates them, is that they get much more efficient learning time just from being able to replicate previous inputs with greater accuracy, and so... Yeah, we're too slow on that. We need a shorter bounce on the first spiny, as I was saying, so we can stay nice and shallow. Too much airtime between spinies. I think that's definitely the problem there. Bit of a higher bounce there would have done it. Even with a single bounce over to the platform, perhaps. We'll see. No. I don't know why I stood still for that. Just need to process this a little more accurately. Good, much better. And yeah, we want to get down there pretty much as soon as the shell lands so we can keep pace with the platform. We've been delaying a little too much after the platform activation up top. Although we haven't had the correct angle to get up to that in the first place. Nope, I was trying to do the second spin there, which was just too late. Yeah, we'll be able to land on that and then go, and then whoops. Having a couple of ceiling issues still. Anyway, let's grab spit, go. Yeah, the coins seem timed, or rather spaced in such a way that you are kind of expected to land on a shell as a bit of a confirmation that you're on pace, but... Almost kicked that Koopa way too far, but no. It could have been fine. Okay, that's fine. We'll get out of here again, just losing too much momentum. If I can fix that jump consistently, then we're going to progress much further, I think. I'm just losing far too many attempts to this spot. But if we can catch it, things will be great. be slow. Yeah, it's too bad that we keep getting stuck on that thing, because that's not the satisfying part of the level that we want to work on. Where we can engage a bit more with the central mechanic. Nope. Not a great jump there, as we whack the ceiling yet again. Anyway, we'll get it together. It's just a matter of how many attempts we lose in the meantime. If we can eventually find that consistent pocket, that would be great. And again, we should be watching the screen wrap timing. It's a little bit difficult to say, though, because, you know, early on with the first wrap around here, there's obviously a fairly significant delay, and so it isn't necessarily going to be intuitive what the delay will be when an enemy object walks off screen and the screen wrap is simulated with something else dropping off the top. At that point in the level, we don't yet have a consistent notion of what the delay should feel like. And so, can't depend too much on that. Nope, wrong way. Matching the speed of that shell is deceptive. It doesn't help that you can spit the shell at differing speeds. Yeah, that's true. I'm not very consistent about that either. Because it's going that initial launch speed for such a long ways. It's very sensitive to initial conditions. Nope. Not enough of a wind-up on that. We need to kind of run with it before it doubles back. So yeah, that's obviously the biggest roadblock right now. And has been for some time. And we'll try to make it happen. Good, let's not hit the ceiling. Let's jump off immediately. Well, I mean immediately, but we need to go for the coin. The coin actually is a good placement at that point. We were just trying to eyeball it relative to the spiny, and that was not going to work out. But yeah, you pretty much need to get off that platform immediately so you can catch up to it on the other side. And we need to really be quite disciplined about short bounces on the first of the two spinies up above. Otherwise the airtime slows us down by far too much. But we'll try to make it work. Oh no. Once again, it has to be a kick to the right, up to the platform, off immediately. Oh, it's a bad idea. The blue platform, of course, is going to be a timed track drop that is based on its spawn position at a controlled timing relative to the auto scroll. We don't have any control over that. What we do have control over is when we get off of it. No, we keep overshooting here because I have been a bit reluctant to pull back as much as I was previously doing, since we had so many incidents with whacking the ceiling. Now, as you can see, we are overshooting the Koopa a little too consistently. Whoops. Yeah, it would be nice to get past this part more often, since, you know, it has felt figured out for a while, just with a couple of execution mistakes along the way. Well, we'll try to make that happen. I was trying to spin again since I landed too far to the right, but poor reaction time perhaps. Not a lot of room to react. No, bad spit. Terrible spit. We shouldn't have jumped into that spit. That was some old habit at back one's mind talking, perhaps. No, too soon on the jump. The other thing is that, like, the camera really lurches forward on the custom scroll at that particular moment, and so I'm kind of visually trying to compensate for that as well when it comes to estimating speed. That the Spiny is picking up speed just as the camera is doing so, and very good at tracking the object. Very tricky for when you're trying to platform through it, though. Okay, that was way too late. At that point, the platform is totally outpacing us, but we'll see if we can find some consistency here at last. Nope. Whoops, missed Yoshi. Let's just start over. Pole position Miami. Why Miami? Maybe there's a reference here I'm missing, but anyway, let's grab this. Anyway, just enough time to catch Yoshi. Let's... Should we get across? Not enough momentum. I forget the reason, but it's the name of a... Oh, it's the name of the club in GTA Vice City. Okay. Yeah. I dabbled very briefly in Vice City once about... What is it, 20 years ago at this point, but... So I wouldn't remember specifics like that. Oh, because we saw a GTA music level just earlier today. GTA 4, though. Whoops. It was some joke you've forgotten. Yeah. That's right. The important thing is that you have a title. And it fits within the character limit. Beautiful, except we missed the on-off switch that was supposed to get us through there for the next part of the ride. Looks like we'll need to do some kind of switching between platforms at that point. That's the first time we've seen that. So. Let's try to make this next part happen before too long. Nope, bad correction over there as we pulled back quite a bit in order to hit the shell from the correct location and didn't tilt forward after that far enough. Okay, that's getting a little bit better. Right on the coin, that too tight around the corner. Yeah, we can just get back there again and again. We're going to be in much better shape. Oops. Yeah, we are noticing that difference in shell speed every now and then. But it's completely throwing me off. I mean, anyway, we'll just try to get back to the parts that are new material. Whoops. Oh, whoops. Kind of got stuck on Yoshi for some reason there. Bit of a mechanical mishap. Oh. Yeah, okay, no. Just fluffing some inputs here. How do I feel about the Maker 2 cape? Maker 2 specifically as distinct from Maker 1 and World? I'm not sure I have enough mechanical finesse to have an opinion about that specifically. But if you mean just a cape in general, then... yeah, short bounce off the first one here. Yeah, I don't know if there's a behavior of the cape particular to Maker 2 that you're thinking about when you're asking me that, but do let me know. I find in Mario Maker in general, the cape is challenging to design around for the reason that, I mean, it's a very deep item. It's got a huge moveset, much of it, nearly all of it, I think. Coming straight from Super Mario World originally. The thing is, you know, it's almost kind of like a little knowledge test for whether someone played Super Mario World. Where, you know, you have these really expressive mechanics where if you know them, you can play them, and if you don't know them, then it's very difficult for a level to communicate that fresh. Miss. Commit in general is a power-up you prefer creating with, regardless of its huge nerfs compared to Maker 1, more so in World itself, yeah. I mean, I find it very satisfying to be doing dive bombs and floats and the rest. There are definitely more advanced cape techniques that I've been tested on in viewer levels before that I do not actually have to invest for, but... Oh, I guess, I mean, you know, it's a pretty big deal that... the cape is definitely one of those things that was very much affected by losing spin pickups on items between Maker 1 and 2. Yeah, short bounce, and then, yeah, no, we need to go immediately for the off switch. We can't just stay there and enjoy this rare moment of victory as we make it across the short bounces. Anyway, we need to get back there. Yeah, with both the cape and the leaf in SMP3, actually with pretty much all the flight power-ups when it comes to mechanics that they bring to the game, I found that sustaining flight with things like bounces has been something that people have found considerable design potential in. You know, being able to sustain the flying state, or sustain the ability to activate certain moves like the Squirrel Suit Ascension. Kind of a huge and underused design space there, I think. Whoops. Mid-air shell jumps are still possible in Maker 2 with a cape setup. Not that you're in love with mid-air. No, of course not. Who would be? Whoops. Yeah, I think that in some ways, you know, there's this tendency in Mario Maker for people to be designing pretty tight and constricted, especially relative to how traditional Mario actually feels, and the cape doesn't benefit from that too much. Because in some ways it feels like in its original form in Super Mario World that it was very much the intended design that they would just let you use the cape to skip things, for instance, because you're thinking on a world-based scale, not a level-based scale, and so it's okay if you have massive dramatic shortcuts from time to time. They still feel very satisfying to pull off, and you don't feel like you're losing value on the game or anything from doing so. That in some ways it's sort of okay to be overpowered in the right context. The worst thing about Maker Cape, you're saying, compared to Mario World Cape, is that with Maker there's no good way to correct yourself as much once you're in flight. Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, you know, I'm not a big ROM hack player or anything, so my Super Mario World technique has never really been pushed that hard. I can't really speak to that necessarily in terms of how that change skills at hand. But it is true that in Maker it does feel like a very committal item in a way. Whoops. We'll keep on pushing through it, but I don't necessarily know if we can clear it today or we keep getting stuck in this one spot, but I would like to see how far we get, and we don't necessarily need to wrap it up in one session, or we're just doing some initial practice here to get this specific location fixed up. Finally. Nope. I mean, I guess this little curve above us gives us a pretty clear indication of what we want to go for in terms of momentum and height, but whoops. I mean, we've got plenty of time to anticipate a shell if we bother to look at the highly visible switching mechanism at the bottom of the screen, but whoops. Nope, now we're overshooting a little too far ahead. You've appreciated me playing this level for as long as I have. Yeah, because I feel like it's one of my skills. It's just that we have been having far too much trouble with this one specific obstacle that isn't even mechanically that hard. It's just a visualization check, really. Yeah, I mean, it's near the end of the queue as well, so I don't mind taking a bit more time with it. We usually try to run a stream to about 4 hours or so, but I actually wind up going over a lot when it comes to viewer levels. Because I always do want to do them justice if we can. Which is not to say we clear everything. No, far from it, but I want to have a reasonable understanding of what's going on within my ability. Yeah, that corner feels really kind of claustrophobic. As we're heading up, I bumped my head on it quite a few times. We're overcorrecting for it now. Nope. Poor execution there. Yeah, I looked at the clear rate. It's 0.19 going in. I didn't necessarily expect to clear it today. And it's just the silliest thing here that's been the massive roadblock. Just the high-speed visualization that we need to do here, which we've done in so many similar levels before. Yeah, I just have not found a correct pocket there to get the pacing there to work out properly and consistently. Just haven't found it. It's a much deadlier spot than it looks. No, we need more momentum, but I was charging up a little bit too early and lost it all. Yeah, definitely kind of feeling the itch to get further just so we can work on new material in this level and see things that are more interesting than just, you know, landing accurately on the moving shell. Because there's a lot that's interesting. It's just not the part we're stuck with doing. All stream long, whoops. Okay, let's get into this properly. Not like we're taking too long in some respects. As you can see, the camera is lurching a bit earlier than usual because we were later to get there than usual. Anyway, we'll try to push to a new location here. Like I said, if we don't finish today, I would be very happy to bring it back for more in future sessions. No, it's something maybe with the placement of the on-off switch as well. It might be throwing off my visualization of that by about a tile. I kind of expect it to hit the wall, not the on-off in some ways. Visually speaking, I don't know if that makes sense. What I'm getting at here. Yeah, this on-off switch kind of shortens the bounce by about a tile, and I always get a bit thrown off by that visually. Too soon. Yeah, would love to get far enough to see more of the teleportation or the screen wrap effect or whatever, but we just haven't been able to push. Nope. Taking far too long. Good, finally. Finally. Nope, not quite. Yeah, you can resubmit it in future if I'd like, and you very rarely submit, and not often you get asked. Yeah, I mean, you know, I really don't mind working on this one. I think there's obviously quite a lot that's going to be interesting ahead, and the thing is, I'd be worried about this coming down because of the teleport glitch. Sometimes I'll run a sort of backlog and unfinished business stream as well to catch up on levels that we didn't manage to clear during viewer levels. I haven't been doing that so much lately because I haven't been playing nearly as much Maker this year as usual, but sometimes we try to, you know, set aside a special session for longer grinds that I'm still motivated to do. Nope. I knew from that landing that was not going to go well. push a little bit further. I don't want to run the stream too long today, but we'll see what Derbyshire Investors level after this one is like as well, and adjust accordingly. Yeah, we don't want to do too high a jump off that spiny because that's what's been getting us stuck in that column where it's dropping. Oh, bad jump there. We were in such a good position that time too. I think we're supposed to trust that we can aim for that left column with a coin when we get off the upper platform on the track on the top right. Nope. Tripping over so many corners here. Yeah, just kind of poor visualization there. I mean, you know, by that point it was already popping open that block on the right side. I was going to let the shell go and deprive me of my landing location. Derbyshire Visitor, yeah, no, don't worry about it. I mean, you are in the queue, I will play yours. Unless you were just, you know, throwing that in there just out of concern that I wouldn't have enough content or something. Yeah, I just really like to get past the little shell chase on the on-off switch down below more often so we can get into conceptually the good stuff. Your level is actually just a demonstration at how Submission of Vincent is strangely similar to other creators' levels. Well, I mean, we're not going to play that anyway. Vincent's not here, right? So. Oh, you mean you're just calling somebody out as a suspicious flatterer? Just to put that euphemistically. Okay, in that case, we'll probably just stay on this one then. Nemesis, you're saying you have to go soon anyway? Yeah, we'll put in a few more attempts. I'd like to make at least one more good attempt past that shell that we get missing on. I'd like to make good attempts on that, with like one good solid attempt on that to see how far we can push before we call it. Psychologically, this is the kind of thing that leads to gambler's ruin. Yeah, if we can just get the high bounce there. I'm kind of trying to follow the guides of the coin there because, of course, it's just going to be a bit of a guess as to where we'll land at that distance, but let's see. Yeah, I mean, you know, if we do manage to find time to do like a backlog streams is a good candidate for that. Otherwise, we'll save it for another viewer level session. We'll see. I might not be on as much this week anyway, because I'm in the pre-release access for Stormgate, the StarCraft successor RTS. But I'm unlikely to stream that because I don't really have the capacity to stream off PC right now, so. But we'll probably still be on Mario Maker sporadically. Current plan is to kind of ride out Mario Maker until about a week or so in August, and then I do plan to probably play SteamWorld Heist 2 at launch because I absolutely loved the first one. But we still, you know, make sure we keep up with Maker on a relatively regular basis. I say that although that totally wasn't true when we were running Paper Mario earlier in the month. But it just kind of completely took over. That's sort of in the event of longer games where I'm concerned that we just won't get through enough of them. We don't put in a really concerted effort. Yeah, that's fine for now. It's too bad we were just stuck in a spot for the longest time because we were actually progressing past that a few times, and it's a significant chunk of the level at that point. Well, okay, about a third of the way in, maybe. Lots more to go, and I really kind of wanted to see how the concept was clearly going to develop. But yeah, we are not exactly the beast around here. I'm kind of interested. Red and I had cleared this already, of course. Yeah, very much in line with, like I said, some things that Red and I has himself kind of shown me before. And Luna Pop's got this as well. Yeah, I'd like to push this sometime. It might, again, sort of need a separate overflow stream to take care of properly, but it's just this, you know, silly jump that I know I can make, and we've done it so many times in other levels that are structured like this. But today that was just killing me, that shell over there. We know what to do with it too, we're just missing the timing. Anyway. The Bishop Wizard, you were actually thinking about playing a level with me as an East Coast connection is actually okay. Yeah, we might want to test that out at some point. You know, it really depends. Yeah, we should figure out how to set that up at some point, and I can, you know, pre-download things if necessary. But today we should probably leave off for the time being, unless there's still a reason to see yours at or even in the absence of whatever Vincent was sending me. Otherwise, you know, we'll just call it today, and this will be a nice time to cut off. So let's mark this current one as loss. And yeah, you're going to withdraw. That's fine. We'll just cut off here then. Thank you once again for everybody who joined me today, whether it's just as a viewer or a lurker or as a submitter. We, as always, received a really good run of levels. We were not successful on this last one, but, you know, you did ask me in advance if I wanted to absorb something hard, and I'm glad we tried. May in fact try again. We will send you folks off to something else very, very shortly, as soon as I determine what that will be. And until then, thanks for watching. Enjoy the week ahead of you and everything you may be playing or making or otherwise absorbing. The Olympic Games, if that's what you're following, perhaps. We'll get our fill of triple jumps over here, though, I think. Here in Mario Maker. Until we meet you at our next destination, have a wonderful time ahead of you, and as always, faites well.